start our council meeting. So we are now back from closed session. Anne Marie, could we please start with a actually, well, let's do we did the Pledge of Allegiance earlier, so let's do a roll call vote and then I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So Anne Marie, go ahead.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Kemp.
Here.
Councilmember Whalen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Orgill.
Here.
Mayor Renaud.
Here, and I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please rise and put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good, thank you. Madam City Attorney, do we have any announcements from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 4 items listed on the agenda. There was no public comment in advance of closed session. The City Council did not. The City Council.
Someone's computer.
No, maybe it's that. The City Council did not reach its discussion on the 2 matters of existing litigation with respect to the 2 matters for real property negotiations. There was no reportable action taken. I will note for the record that Mayor Pro Tem Orgill did not participate in that discussion due to an existing conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. And then at this, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Won't we do that after?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or could we do that now? Okay, so why don't we, what we're gonna do is we have an appeal that is gonna be continued to a date uncertain, and as I understand it, none of the parties want to provide public comment at this time. But what we'll do is, so I'll turn it over to the city attorney on what we will do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to appeal item B, it has been proposed to continue this item to July 8th, 2025. Instead, the staff is requesting that the council continue this item to a date uncertain in order to allow the applicant to apply for a new application to hopefully address some of the appeal contentions that would ideally moot out the existing appeal. And so again, the request would be to just continue this matter to a date uncertain.
Got it. Okay. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. Do any members of the public want to provide testimony on this proposed continuance for an appeal? I don't see any, so I'm going to close public testimony and close the public hearing. Does anyone want to make a motion?
Move we continue appeal item B to a date uncertain. Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we have a presentation extraordinary of order of business. So I will go down there. So is Jorge here? Yeah, do you want to come up here? Where's Jorge? And Mark, do you want to come up? Hey. Okay. So we have Jorge Jaimes began working part-time at the City of Laguna Beach on September 25th, 1998, and became a full-time employee in 2001. His first job was as a detailer at Sweetwater Car Wash. And after talking to a friend picking up litter at the Glenary structure, He applied for a job with the city, and while waiting, he worked at Victoria Skimboards, standing boards. Okay, we're already at two iconic institutions that you've worked at. Um, and so he was involved with as a part-timer emptying public trash cans, removing weeds and trimming bushes. He later covered restroom cleaning shifts, eventually taking over full-time after the retirement of a longtime employee. So for 27 years, Jorge has taken pride in maintaining city restrooms and serving the public, always with a smile, a positive attitude, unmatched dependability. And this is the really cool part of the story. In his early years, he once helped an elderly man in Heisler Park, administered first aid, and was later recognized by the city for his compassion. So what was happening to him? Was he
Oh, he was bleeding and I saw him and I asked if he
okay?
could help.
He was bleeding, and so he was able to help him. So that's great. And then he credits the city of Laguna Beach with giving him the opportunity to achieve the American dream, supporting his wife and 4 children, and now preparing to purchase his first home. Congratulations on that. And so I'm on behalf of the City Council and Laguna Beach community, we thank Jorge for his service and wish him all the best in retirement. So thank you for all that you've done for our city. Yes, it's a- Where's his son? You want to come up here? Here, why don't you give him your phone? Sure. Yeah. On there. Okay, what's your name? Vince, nice to meet you. Okay. This. Good. Okay. All right. Well, here first 3 years. Thank you. I know it's okay. Well, you could, okay. So then at this time, that was really great. So Jorge, thanks for all your work for the city. I mean, clearly, you made an impact, so we appreciate that. Um, let's do, at this point, let's take public comments on non-agendized items. We have 45 minutes allocated for this. So who would like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council? You want to raise your hands if you want to do that? Okay, so it looks like we just have a few speakers. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes each.
Hello, everybody. My name is Umut. My name is Umut. It's the first time for me. I have a small business downtown Laguna Beach. I just want to address a couple issues that we are having. So I do business for other cities too. This is one of my location, but Laguna Beach is the only city that doesn't allow us to put something like in front of our door, like even sunglasses rack. Or sometimes we put the sign to advertise our business, even it's indoor, you guys removed it. And so we are having difficult times. We are a small business and we need more support from you. And so I'm just like really need your help. And I've been here like 10 years and I just saw like 8 or 10 small stores. They just closed and it's not good for the Laguna Beach. And I need your help, basically.
What's your business?
Clothing store and souvenir store
Okay.
called Heavenly Couture down
Okay.
the street. And even I've been trying to get like outdoor permit, like since 2 years, there's too many bureaucracy. It's really too many bureaucracy. I couldn't get it and I don't know what to do.
So why don't we'll have someone from staff, make sure that you're being able to have your answers or your questions answered and go from there. Does that work for you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. So maybe Jeremy, you can give him your contact information.
Okay.
Good. Thank you for
Thank you.
providing testimony. Good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Please load my slide deck. Mike Beenan with the Laguna Bluebelt Coalition. Overfishing globally has led to the creation of marine protected areas around the world. And in California, we have 124 marine protected areas. I spent my whole life, I'm a native Californian, spent my whole life in, under, and around the ocean. I love the ocean, and I feel a particular responsibility to protect it. If you look at Laguna Beach, we have a number of distinct areas along the coast. Main Beach and actually downtown are on an alluvial plain, so offshore it's pretty flat. As you move further south, it gets deeper and steeper, and it's because of the mountains we have down in South Laguna. We're going through a 10-year decadal review, and it was designed, next slide, please. Oh, yeah, actually, if you can go back, if you look closely, see all these steep coves? One of them is called Whale Cove, and it's a chance for the whales to come in really close along shore during their annual migration from Baja to Alaska, which has been going on for millions of years. Next slide, please. So the decadal review was to review 124 MPAs in California, and it was designed to use adaptive management to adjust the boundaries, add, revise, or even remove marine protected areas. Part of the process included a science advisory team that met for over 2 years to review all the data and determine the minimum size for success was 9 square miles. Laguna right now has a 9.8 square miles of protected areas. The science advisory team also emphasized that bigger is better for regional marine protection success. The Bluebelt petition will add 1.3 square miles of essential kelp habitat, has wide community support, and can represent the City Council's legacy for citywide protection. Next slide, please. Turns out big old fat female fish are the most productive. And for some fish species, this can take 10 or 20 years to reach these size. Unfortunately, fishing pressure, and particularly spearfishing, will usually take out the larger fish and work their way down to the smaller fish. Next slide, please. The Laguna Bluebelt is the essential link. If you look really closely along the shore, about halfway down to the right, that tiny little red spot is our marine protected area. To the north, Point Dune and Abalone Point have all been impacted by the wildfires. So Laguna Beach is more important now than ever. Next slide, please. What we are looking to do is protect Laguna's last mile. We have set the boundary to run along a latitude line to make easier placement of lobster traps. Next slide, please. The City Council, we're looking for your support. Now is essential to guide the Fish and Game Commission approval. We're sort of in a chicken and the egg situation.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Was that it?
Yeah, do you want to just
Okay,
finish the sentence?
that's pretty much it. So,
Okay, good. Thank you.
okay.
We
thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Laura Parisi, City Treasurer for Laguna Beach. I have a couple of brief comments, and then I have a video that I'd like to show you. First of all, this afternoon, the Wall Street Journal reported that the federal government, or the Federal Reserve, is keeping their interest rates on their posture interest rates at the current rate. They have a wait and see posture, and I'm sending an article to the council. My second point is that good reporting is critical for good decisions. And to that end, I'd like to show a video that was used up in Sacramento to support transparency in city accounting. That's a piece of legislation that passed in 2017 unanimously. Would you please play the video?
Imagine a world of streets without signs, or scales without numbers, or ballets without choreography. The result would be confusion, chaos, or worse. Rules help the world run more smoothly. The same is true for financial information. If companies, governments, or nonprofits just made up numbers to represent their revenues, profits, or spending, the result would be economic chaos. Investors wouldn't know where to invest. Citizens wouldn't know how their city, town, or state is using tax dollars. Donors couldn't judge the financial health of a charity. And employees wouldn't know if their retirement funds were secure. Fortunately, there are rules and guidelines that determine how to present financial information. In the U.S., these rules are known as GAAP, or Generally Accepted Accounting Principles. It's the playbook that companies, governments, nonprofits, and employee benefit plans must follow when presenting their financial information. GAAP supports the economy in many ways. First, GAAP provides concise, relevant financial data to global markets. That's because high-quality financial reports make it much easier to analyze the numbers and make informed decisions. Second, clear financial rules give lenders and investors greater confidence in the accuracy of financial reports, making it easier, faster, and less expensive to borrow money or secure financing. Third, GAAP makes it easy to compare numbers, both across time and across organizations. Investors and others can compare a company's performance this year with last year or against other companies. And voters can understand if their state or town's finances are getting better or worse. GAAP financial reports make companies, governments, and other organizations more accountable for their financial performance. That spurs better management decisions and helps make the economy more efficient for everyone. Maintaining and improving GAAP has been the
Thank
mission
you.
of the Financial Accounting Standards Board since 1970.
Thank you, Council.
Thanks, Laura. Okay, next speaker, please.
More than one person's going to come up here. We're here to say thank you, gracias, merci, and arigato. Thank you. Really, we're here to say thank you for everything you've done for us, Laguna Beach sister cities, especially helping the Fête de la Musique. We're so proud to celebrate 18 years of music, and this year we did it with the world. It happened to land right on the solstice weekend, which is so special. It doesn't happen easily. It happens with a great president who gives leadership, guides, and pushes us the whole way. And that's Maggie Hempin, thank you. And her husband, where's her fabulous husband, Tony? Tony, believe me, if there's a woman behind every man, Tony takes a new line of thought there. Nancy Beveridge has been our secretary for 150 years, and you can't do it without that. The Jenkins family, every organization's favorite, they make sure that our sister city garden at Heisler Park at the end of Jasmine always looks beautiful, and nobody does it without a great graphic designer. Bill makes everything look beautiful. We really wanted to thank you. You support us beautifully. And this event we are so proud of. And it's 18 years. Next year, mark your calendar. It's going to be Saturday, the 20th. Again, a solstice weekend. The calendar isn't always bless us that well. So, and we're excited that we'll be celebrating the 20th. You're going to outshadow us a little bit because that's the 100-year birthday for Laguna Beach. But we're going to put something great together. Thank you, and double thank you.
Good. And
Thank you.
and thank you to you all for that. It was a great event. So we
That was
really
so
appreciate
fun,
it.
you guys. That was such a great
Yeah.
day.
Good work.
Really good job. Excellent.
Good. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Greg Viviani here. How's it going, guys? First off, I want to commend the law enforcement, LBPD, on that mini manhunt yesterday with in South Laguna, that they, were able to catch someone that was speeding from San Clemente into Dana Point into South Laguna. He got out of his car. They were able to track him down with the help of Orange County Sheriff's Department, the helicopter. So that was pretty cool. And then also, I just wanted to, bring up the fact that, I got to say it, there was a lot of opposition in the 10-year extension of the tourism marketing district. And thank you, Bob, for trying to go against the grain on that, and Hallie for having a moment of back and forth, but seemed to be swayed for doing a 10-year contract. I just really hope that has a lot of oversight, which Alex, he definitely, tried to put in there 25% within their board of directors. I don't think it might be enough, but possibly it will. I really hope that, we really work together to try to, overcome the destructive tourism, the trash and the stuff that we're all seeing. And, it's something that we got to really take care of in this town because it's not good. So that's pretty much everything I have to say. And thank you.
Good, thank you. Any other speakers on non-agenda items? I don't see any, so I'm going to close public comment. Let's bring it back to the to council. Mr. City Manager, let's start with you. Do you have anything to report?
I don't have anything today.
Okay, good. Madam City Attorney.
I have no report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, just a number of fun events actually that I've been able to be a part of. I was able to attend the police department awards banquet. That was amazing. Just hearing from some of our most courageous employees and learning a little bit more about what they do on a day-to-day basis. I also was able to help push the fire truck into Fire Station 1, which was really exciting. And was able to attend a fundraiser for Laguna Canyon Foundation, which, as most of you know, is an organization near and dear to my heart. And they had a fundraiser for their trails program, which was really fun. Lastly, we had our Environmental Sustainability Committee meeting. Gosh, I guess that was last week. It feels like it was a month ago, and talked a lot about our initiatives on that committee, which include everything from, working on plastic bags to marine protected areas and everything in between. Thanks.
Good, thank you. Councilmember Kempf.
Thank you. So I also attended the PD award ceremony luncheon last week with the rest of the council, and it was fantastic. A lot of really good police work, got great staff, very upbeat, very positive, and it was really a wonderful event. We had the Anita Street access groundbreaking a few days ago. Thanks to Public Works for setting that up and the city manager, and also thanks to Mark, Mayor Pro Tem Orgel for running the program. We did a great job. Last Friday, the mayor and I attended the Laguna Beach wildfire town hall, which was hosted by Diane Dixon. We had it in here. We had about, what do you think, Alex, like 40 people maybe or something like that.
Great.
And we also, it was really focused on mitigation and prevention. And we had representatives from UC Agricultural and Resources. They gave a presentation on how to do home hardening, and it was really an excellent presentation. Got a lot of good questions. So I want to thank Assemblywoman Dixon for that. And then a couple really interesting and hopeful bills in the Assembly. One's AB 426, which is making it criminal to have drone interference during an emergency. So people flying their drones while we're trying to get something done is not only distracting but dangerous. And then there's AB 623, which is the 500 feet that they're trying to get through the Assembly. And so we may need to write some letters on that. So more to come on that. And then finally, I just wanted to mention that we have this commercial maintenance ordinance that Mayor Pro Tem Orgel and I, along with the chamber, have been working on. And we're starting to get a little bit of traction here. So like, I'm going to name off some properties. When you're out and about, you could go by and take a look. So 304 Forest Avenue at Beach is that Envy, the building that has the Envy store, which is a really large building. They painted that, looks really good. Factotum on Ocean, they did do some restoration work on that building, looks so much better. The big complex at 381 Forest Avenue, which is where Vault and the sushi place and a bunch of other clothing stores, they did a nice paint job on that. Their paint job was looking pretty bad. Hobie did some repair work. Richard's also did some additional paint work. So those buildings are looking really nice. We did 70 site inspections of commercial properties. City sent out 19 letters with observed maintenance. And there's some other buildings in the process. If they're either remodeling or going to be doing some work going forward. Then from now, starting in July, the staff's going to start working July through September on buildings going south. So HIP District and all the way to South Laguna, and they'll be doing some work there. So I want to thank Louis Locatelli and the Community Development Department for this work. It's helpful, and I think hopefully it'll catch on. We have a lot of things going on in the city, if you'll notice when you walk around, but seeing these buildings look a little better is all the best. I think we can do, given we have such an old infrastructure. I think that's it for me.
Good, thank you. Councilmember Whalen.
Just two quick items, in terms of the police awards, Captain Peters was back there. He was the MC. He did a nice job. Captain, thank you. But also the foundation, the Laguna Beach Police Foundation has been tremendously supportive. They were actually the ones that helped organize this. Paula Hornbuckle sitting there have been instrumental in that, I know. So that's been a great thank you for that to all of you involved. In terms of the fire safety, I'm glad you mentioned that AB 623. There's a great article today on the front page of the LA Times about a test that was done up here in Orange County put on by the California Building Industry Association and one of the nonprofit insurance groups. And they had two little structures side by side, and they had one that was compliant with zone 0, which is nothing within 5 feet of the structure, and then another one that had, low bushes and some wood chips around it and that kind of thing where you might typically find. Read the article. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, basically the one with the zone 0, no fire. The one that didn't comply with the zone 0 was basically within 20 minutes to half an hour, completely, obliterated. So, I think maybe it was the mayor that made this comment. The fact that the insurance, sort of the nonprofit that the insurance industry promotes, that they were involved in this, you can see that the insurance companies are going to get to be very involved in this zone 0 compliance. So anyway, worth a read. It was front page LA Times today.
Good. Thanks, Bob. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, run through my list here. The police banquet was awesome. Thank you. And I liked your comment regarding, what was it, the spotlight? You can't, yeah, that was pretty good. And Mayor Renagi, thank you for allowing me to fill in for you at the Anita Street lift station. Yeah. And congratulations to Public Works, by the way, on that. It's really going to be an exciting project. And again, I'd like to say thank you for those that are working on the building maintenance ordinance. We really appreciate it. And it's nice to see that things are happening so quickly regarding that. The Jenkins had a great pre-event party for the FET. That was great. The FET ended up turning out wonderful. I was very impressed with how the FET went this year. It seemed like it was the best year ever, but I don't know, maybe that was just me, but the energy that it brought, and all of the locals that I saw on Forest Avenue was amazing. It just wasn't tourist. It was a lot of locals, so it was really nice. I did have a meeting this last week with Steve McIntosh, Catherine Yurka, Alessandro from Alessa Restaurant, Mike Cahill, Adrian, Greg McGilvery, Paulette, John Thomas, Morris, Joe Hanauer, Joanna and Karen, Joanna from the Surf and Sand, Norm Grossman. And that's it. I do have a quick question for city manager. Where did we leave off the MPA conversation? I know that they had made a request that we endorse their Mike being with the request.
Ping pong to Jeremy.
What's that? Oh, Jeremy?
Yeah, so where the last council action was to send a letter of support or a letter requesting that the state introduce a process for local governments to engage in the evaluation of any changes to the MPAs locally. Those letters were sent to the Fish and Game Commission, the Marine Resource Subcommittee, and in their July meeting, they will actually be discussing a process for local governments, as well as reevaluating Bin 2, which includes the Blue Belts petition, evaluating how they're going to address them, those petitions, and on what timeline. So our position has not been for or against the MPA, more so requesting a process rather than the city leading the process, have the state lead the process.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to I'll have further conversations later with that, but thank you.
Good. So I was at many of the events that were referenced. I think Greg mentioned the police, the manhunt that occurred, and I think that's a perfect example of the risks that our police officers are willing to take to put themselves in harm's way to protect us. And the award ceremony was a great tribute to all them, and it's always nice to see the families of them, because we often or we shouldn't forget, but it's important to recognize that the families and the sacrifice that they make for their loved ones who are willing to keep us safe every day and risk their lives to do so. I attended a Flag Day event for that Supervisor Foley hosted at Dana Point Harbor, and and I also attended an event that was celebrating that was about Orange County veterans and recognizing the progress that's been made to finally have a veterans cemetery in Orange County. There have been this has been a battle for years, and finally they're getting close. I don't know the date. If I think it might be 2026 or 2027 when they're going to open the Gibson Canyon Veteran Cemetery, but I think that's something that's long overdue and important to think about the men and women who were willing to risk their lives in as veterans in service and now as veterans to keep us all safe in our country. And then I attended. Sue made great comments at the wildfire town hall with Diane Dixon about the great work the city's doing, and then I think it was a really interesting conversation about what's happening at the state level. And then finally, I attended. Cotty Petrie, it shows you how long projects can take sometimes. Cotty Petrie Norris was our representative until, I believe, 2022. And then, but during that time, she was able to bring down funding from the state for a playground and a mini skate park type situation at the Boys and Girls Club. And so we had the ribbon cutting for the playground. And so that was a great event. And we appreciate all the work that Cotty was able to do. And hopefully we can make, I don't want to say how long the city process took it, but it took too long. So hopefully we can make things go faster in the future and continue making investments in our community. So with that, I will let's move to our consent calendar. Do any members of the council want to pull any items from the consent calendar? Then we'll go to the public.
Item 4.
Okay. Mark? No. Sue? Hallie? Okay. Do any members of the public want to pull anything from the consent calendar? Okay. So what I would do is I would move that the consent calendar with the exception of item 4.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that passes 5-0. So let's so Bob, do you want Matt Schneider and Anthony to come up and provide a report on this?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Good.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Let's have them come up here.
For the folks at home, this is the monthly planning division report that we've been doing. This is probably our 6th update. So I work on it along with, but I use the numbers from Matt and Anthony.
Good. So Matt, do you want to provide an overview?
Yeah, sure. Good evening, Council. Matt Schneider, Interim Director, Community Development. So once again, this is our monthly community report. I think the most compelling information is an overview of our stats for tracking for backlog purposes. We currently have 291 active entitlement projects that we are reviewing. They have either already been reviewed and distributed out to the applicants, and we're waiting for a response, or they're currently being reviewed by staff. On average, the reports that are pending for staff review have been with us for 18 days. We have 42 reports currently under review. I will say we are continuing to average 35 to 40 discretionary projects a month, which in terms of admin, DRB, full DRB and the Planning Commission all require staff reports or some level of staff review. So that's a big subscription of our time. We have, and we noted in the report, and I want to be transparent about it, our deadline is 30 days or less. Since I gave the initial announcement on April 15th that we've been hitting that deadline, we've tracked a total of 4 projects that have gone over that deadline. 3 were about a day or 2, but nonetheless, they're over and we grade on a pass fail. So we don't consider that a pass. And one was due to, we had a employee who recently retired, and it was just a clerical error on our end that it didn't get transitioned properly. That is my update. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Matt. Obviously making great progress here, looking back, to the first status report we had, 11 months ago, 10 months ago. Couple of questions, if I could. One is on the pending staff reports. That number seems to kind of fairly constant. It's like it's not declining, it's not going up dramatically either, but what are your thoughts on that? Are we going to get to a point where, and I guess the second half of that question is, are pending staff reports holding up, the kind of the latter part of the process, which is getting to hearing?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. So I would not think of that number as a benchmark that reflects any kind of backlog. It's really more volume driven. So when we clear a project and we're in the staff report writing phase, that's typically like a 45-day process for us where staking occurs. There's noticing, staff are obviously preparing the report. And as I said, we're typically doing 35 to 40 projects a month. So that 45 to 50 range is typical of what we expect to constantly churn in our pipeline. We did have 60 in the queue, I think the last update. So that has crept down a little bit, and that was just reflective of us pushing to get the backlog cleared by April 15th. That created I guess, sort of let loose some demand that there were more staff reports that we were pushing through at that time as we hit that number.
Thank you. And then the other question I had was, we're a few months into Energov now. Can you offer any observations as to what the impact of that has been?
It's definitely making a difference. I would say I would love to see more people utilizing it. But we have a fair number of people that are using it regularly and finding it effective. Some things are not ideal for Energov that we're finding, a water heater replacement or something like that. And they tend to be the face-to-face interactions we have. We also have a really strong design and contractor community here who have longstanding relationships with staff. And I think it's just a personal preference that they like that face-to-face interaction. That said, we are seeing a big reduction in people scheduling appointments with staff to submit projects. They're submitting them directly through Energov. They're finding that more convenient, which is good. It's 24/7 versus the hours that we're open at the counter. But there's definitely room for more people to try it, and we keep encouraging folks to try it. And I haven't received any particular negative feedback about their experiences so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't, and certainly like for a water heater replacement or something, I wouldn't want to compel somebody to do that if they didn't want to. But for more major projects, are we going to require Energov at some point for certain types of projects?
That's ultimately, a policy decision, but I'd love to see the momentum where at least like 2/3 of our projects organically are coming in online. And I think that would be the time to maybe make a policy decision if it wants to be prescriptive that they all come that way versus, we offer the hybrid right now. I don't think we're quite at that point yet, but hopefully there will come a point in time where that's a decision that needs to be made.
Good. Thank you.
Sure.
Mark, are there any interim incentives that you could think of that would encourage people to use it?
Beyond financial, nothing off the top of my head.
Let me ask a follow-up question on that. Do you find that, because I find when I use it as a user, not our system, but other systems, that I actually have a better application when I go do an online application with, an Energov or application like that, because it's populating all the right questions, right? Where when you do a submittal, people miss that. It would be interesting to know if there was a difference in the number of plan checks that it takes when someone does through Energov compared to paper. And if that could actually, because ideally you'd be asking all the questions that you need, so you don't have to say, in your comments on the first submittal, oh, we need this information, because the person already knows that they need to provide that information on the first, because that's really how we're going to clear the backlog is by, going from 3 submittals to 2, right? Because you just reduced it by 50% if you do that. So has that been something that you noticed? And then on your question of, and I'll let you answer that after this, on your question about, I think we need to get to the point where everyone is using InterGov, because I think, and maybe we could provide support for people to use it in the interim, but it seems like from a staff perspective, it creates a lot of inconsistency to have this, people doing different things. So I think we should, have not do it immediately, but put a timeline on that, eventually getting to the point where everyone's using it. Because I actually think, and from a transparency perspective, it's great for applicants to be able to know where their projects are in the pipeline, and architects as well. So I don't know if you can answer the question I asked about the difference between the number of plan checks for online versus.
Yeah, I think, one thing to just sort of acknowledge is that prior to launching InterGov, we had a pretty high standard and level of service in terms of you scheduled an appointment, you had like an hour FaceTime with a staff member, and they walked through all those questions that a lot of cities will just take it in, and you might wait 30 days to find out what's missing or incomplete. So we're doing some initial screening. So that's still occurring through InterGov. The benefit is really realized on the staff availability time, that we free up that hour. So the level of service remains the same, whether it's InterGov or in person. So maybe that's part of the challenge, that there's not an inherent, but there's a major benefit in terms of reducing staff time, because we're committing to, like 20 hours a week to set up these appointments, which have gone way down. So that's a positive. But ideally, we could free those up, because that's processing time, staff report writing time, et cetera.
And that benefits every Laguna Beach resident when our staff have time to process these applications efficiently. And then do we have any idea about if the efficiency, and then the question will be about the timeline of the efficiency ordinance, what, because there's way too many things that go to design review board hearing or planning commission. Once the efficiency ordinance goes into effect, do we have any idea about what percentage at a ballpark level of items that, prior to it going into effect would have had to go to a design review board, where now it can just be approved ministerially?
I can't quantify it as I sit here right now, and I would describe it as fluid, because obviously we want to incorporate as much as we can that will get coastal commission support, and that's kind of the phase we are, but some of that could drop off. But I would like to think, and I don't know, I don't want to put Anthony in the spot, I would like to think at least 20%.
That's a big deal.
That would, if we can get what the package we have right now, which is, like I said, I want to be clear, that's subject to change. We don't know ultimately what we could do in that first phase.
And maybe this is a question for the city attorney or city manager. I don't know who has the answer, but what is the status of the efficiency ordinance? Where is that? Are we still looking at the urgency ordinance for that?
Mr. Mayor, that's a good question. It's in the staff and the city attorney's office met with Coastal about a month or so ago. There were some proposed changes. The plan is to send a draft to the Coastal Commission for their input on an interim ordinance. It's currently, there is a plan to come back on July 22nd to the council for a discussion about objective design standards. And so we're holding the ordinance temporarily so that if you have input from that meeting relating to objective design standards, that can be incorporated into the efficiency ordinance. We only send a Coastal one version of the ordinance and not two.
Good, thank you. Any other questions?
Let me ask one question. You mentioned the hot water heater as an example of a challenge. Can you explain that? I think I know the answer to it, but can you explain it?
It's not typically a job where necessarily a contractor will come bid it, come back 3 days later. They get called, they need to repair it. They go to the site, they know they need the permit, they come down to City Hall, they pull it and they go out and install it. So it's all like a single day transaction. InterGov, it's not a fast track or puts you to the front of the line. So we're servicing InterGov and the counter. So it's actually quicker if you want to do that real-time transaction to come into City Hall.
And how would some other cities, are there any other cities where if I did apply for a permit through an InterGov, that it would issue the permit sooner rather than later?
I'm not aware of a city where there's an expedited online component, but that's not to say it doesn't exist. There are some cities for lower level permits that will allow the installer to certify it meets building code.
Thank you.
Good, and that's something that you and I have talked about that I'm going to bring back as an item in the summer when you have more support under you, because I think that's just a very logical thing to have self-certification as a pilot program for some of our permits. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Maybe just to close the loop on some of your comments and my initial question on Intergov, maybe so it doesn't fall off the list, you can sort of think about a point. It sounds like you want a policy decision from the council, right? So think about a point in time to bring that back to us whenever
Yeah.
that's appropriate.
I think as we keep doing our monthly updates, I think we'll tee one of them up for that policy discussion with you.
Okay.
Before I let everybody go, I wanted to thank Matt and the team. They met with the Architects Guild again today. That's a regular meeting that they started to do where anybody who's an architect in town can hear what the latest of is going on and pepper them with questions. And I think it's the tenor of that room has really changed over the last year since we started it. So I'm really appreciative of both the guild and the planning team and the building team. So, and I'm just noticing, as Matt's saying, if you wanted to try to book an appointment with a planner, which you can do, they're available tomorrow for planning applications. Remember, there was a time in December and November where you couldn't book an appointment because even 2 months out. So
yeah, well,
good job.
Thank you, Matt and Anthony, for all that you guys have done and continue to do to, create more predictability and efficiency in our processes. So we appreciate it. Any other questions from council? I don't see any. So let's go to the public. Does anyone from the public want to weigh in on this item? Seeing nobody, I'm going to close public comment on this and bring it back to the council. This is a receive and file, so there's no need for a motion unless somebody wants to provide further comments. I don't see that. So let's that's our consent calendar. So we're going to now move on to item 14, which is related to the assignment of investment funds and third-party review of the treasurer's hours. And I will turn this over to Dave Kiff, our city manager, to provide a report.
Emery, are you able to call up my presentation? Thanks. I had a brief little presentation I wanted to go through on this one. So yeah, this is item 14 about treasury and investments. Next slide, please. Slow populating. The recommended action, which I'll summarize at the end too, is to authorize the direction of at least 25 million more to be allocated to the meter investment management for investments that is aligned with cash flow needs and consistent with our policy. And then that you direct me to further examine what proper amount, if it should be more, characterized as surplus funds in accordance with your direction in July of 2024, which is when meter was hired. And then secondly, to direct third-party review of the hours required by an elected city treasurer to perform the functions required by the code, both the government code and the muni code. Next slide. So it's just a little bit of background. We use the term surplus funds in this conversation, and they're surplus not because they're construed as a budget or other surplus, but they're defined in the government code as not being necessary for the immediate liquidity purposes of the city. So next slide, please. And what are those needs? In any 1 month, it could be about $14 million. And that counts 2 rounds of payroll, 2 to 3 warrant runs, and 2 PERS payments. Next slide. This is an example. I apologize, Anne-Marie, I didn't leave a box for you. This is an example from the year 2010, 11. That's the lowest line. To the highest line is 2022, 2023. I put this up here because it just shows our routine cash cycle. You see a lot of money comes into the city at that bump at November and December when people pay their property taxes, because that's again 50% of our revenue. And then that happens again in April when people pay their second installment. But it's a very predictable curve line from year to year. And the growth in that has been both a growth in revenue and a growth in expenditures. It's not like we're prospering that much, but that we are way up at the top, but so are our expenditures way at the top. Next slide, please. So The city treasurer is directed to receive and safely keep funds needed for immediate liquidity. That's in the government code. And these are short-term by nature, so they're overnight liquidity. And in May of 2025, roughly right now, the city treasurer invests about 21 million in LAIF, that's the local agency investment fund, and then about 36 million in high-yield bank deposits. But currently, the treasurer is managing $99 million. So Meter, at the same time, Meter manages about 81 million. They can invest short-term too, but they can't invest in state pools. And so Meter can also manage funds to account for immediate liquidity. So my point of this slide is just to remind everybody that not one entity can invest short-term. And then in reminding everyone, in July of 2024, the staff report envisioned that the city treasurer would invest not 90 million, but 10 to 20 million, with Meter investing the rest in a balanced portfolio. And I'm going to talk about that next. Next slide, please. So here's what our portfolio looks like now. You see the yellow circle. We have an overnight and 0 to 1 year. We have 76% of our portfolio invested that way, and fairly a significant amount less invested in 1 to 2 years or the other duration, and up until 4 to 5, which is the maximum that our policy allows us to invest in. So weighted average maturity of all the securities is 0.75 years. Next slide. This is what Meter provided to us as a hypothetical portfolio illustration, suggesting that this would be more wise and more common for cities. And that is a $1.96 million, 1.96 year weighted average maturity, and then only 38% of our investment in overnight or 0 to 1 year. And then with the even spread throughout the rest of those terms. Next slide, please. They also look at it this way, and this is again a chart from Meter, where your maturity should be aligned with what we refer to as the dry periods, those periods of time between, say, May until the first round of property taxes come in, which is roughly November. And those are indicated by the light blue blockier columns. The narrow dark blue columns are where we're invested now. So this chart, can you move to the next slide, please, should look more like this. You should have maturities aligned with your dry periods. And this is just an example, but you see that that big bar that was on the far left column is now kind of distributed to the other periods, so that you're matching your cash needs with your maturities out in time. You're not selling anything early, you're just selling it when you need to do it. Next slide, please. So this is another example of what our portfolio looks like today. You see in the green box, the big blue circle, that is 53% of our portfolio is there at overnight to less than half a year, 6 months. It is earning well. It's earning 3.54. That's what the city treasurer invests in, both. That's a combination of LAIF and bank deposits. And then we also have the next in the yellow box. These are maturing securities that were invested 4 to 5 years ago at relatively low rates. So those are carryovers from that period that were generally 5-year securities. So we're getting to the point where only a year is left or half a year is left. Some of these mature and can be sold in December of 2025, but they were paying 0.82%. And you can see Meter has been trying to move over into the circles that are not in a box, from 4.7 to 4.46, sorry, 4.27 to 4.46 to 4.32. But you can see the size of the bubble is commensurate with the amount of money that's out there, and there's relatively little put out there that far away. Next slide. So the risk of what we're doing now, and the city treasurer and I have had an honest and friendly discussion about this, and she was here speaking at public comment too, saying, well, the Fed didn't lower interest rates, and that's true, they didn't. But if interest rates do fall and we have so much of our portfolio in short-term investments, we may not be taking advantage of these historically high rates in the 2 and 3 and 4% that we should be investing in now, because those are going to fall too. And if rates fall too far, we'll have lost out on that opportunity to invest in those higher rates for these longer maturities that could be more commensurate with the recommended model that we talked about 3 slides ago. So I know we're going to have a good discussion about this. I know I really respect the city treasurer's position too. What this to me is about, the city council decided in June 2024 that funds not needed for the immediate liquidity of the city business will be invested by meter. And we're not there yet. So that's why I wanted to bring this to you. You guys directed that I bring this back to you in March of 2025 to see if this should be something you discuss clearly and in front of and transparently. So this is it. And this is the opportunity, which is thus the recommended action to direct me to move 25 million of the funds over to meter because these funds are not needed for the immediate cash flow needs. Next slide, please. There's another section of this staff report too, and that is recommended action 2 is to look at the hours that are assigned to this elected city treasurer. And these are the points that I make in having that conversation with you. Our finance unit has been modernized over time. We have a ways to go. I believe that we're getting closer to it. We are following best practices and procedures. We've added more staff to the accountancy team. We have a new finance director starting on Monday. I'm going to be very happy to see her. She has a CPA background. So I think we're getting to where finance needs to be for the long term. Now, the city treasurer role is as old as 1927. And I think municipal finance has changed a lot since then. And there is, I think, a case to be made that in terms of hours, the duties should be those just required of state law, which are receive and safely keep funds, do the monthly reports. And I do think this is an important watchdog role to the council and the taxpayers, that someone who is an elected city treasurer would provide those monthly reports to you of balances, expenses, and revenue. And then be the co-signer on warrants and wires, which again, another important control role for the city treasurer. To me, those are essential. What are less essential are the other duties that have been assigned to the city treasurer and I think they're duties that our finance staff could start to take over, maybe not immediately, but maybe over time. Though there's things like the TOT audits or investment management, more investment management, the assessment district administration, and then various banking activities that are now assigned to the treasurer, such as managing access to who has access to the accounts. So I'll conclude there and welcome your questions, and I know you'll have a good discussion about this. As I do conclude, I really appreciate the conversations I've had with Treasurer Parisi. She's always friendly, because these are difficult things to talk about. And I'm appreciative of how she has approached it. I hope I've approached it in kind.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And I think that what's important to do is to disconnect this from it's really about the position, not the individual. Because, Laura is great. It's really about, the position and how this position fits within the context of the government code and our legal responsibilities, and also our fiduciary interests on behalf of the taxpayer. So I think that's an important point to think about. So Dave, just to, on this question of, to clarify, because there was some public comment on this in emails, the report that we previously commissioned did it weigh in on, on what the hours of the city treasurer should be?
That's right. Remember, the purpose of that report was a finance unit assessment.
Yeah.
We had lost the finance director previously. We had been late with our audits. We had findings. So we wanted Ralph Tellis to come in and look at how is our finance unit structured. They did look at the relationship between finance and the treasurer to see what could be improved there, but they weren't asked to comment on the amount of hours assigned related to duties.
So, and then that report, and I think I've seen, Laura, I think Laura's submitted, information that is basically saying where the treasurer's estimated that 30% of her time was spent on investments, 40% on banking, 20% on assessment, district administration, and 10% on internal audits and other work. And then the city treasurer indicated that, the overall amount of hours underestimates the hours that she needs to do it. And so that's sort of why you think there's, in taking away the investments, but also in the context of we sort of have a need for facts here, right? Of the city treasurer saying one thing, we want to make sure that she has a fair process and that, we know what the hours are required for this position. And that's sort of what this review would be. It's not that we got a review that we're saying, oh, we don't like the outcome of that review, so we want to, find another expert to agree differently. We're just saying we want to understand what are the hours that are worked and what are the hours that the government code requires. Is that a fair characterization, or correct me where I'm wrong? And
That's right. Laura and I and the previous finance director and Jan Perkins from Raftellus did go through a couple of several hours of process mapping. And I think that was really helpful for me to learn more. But I realized too that I'm not qualified to analyze the amount of hours it takes for Laura to do some task, which is why someone who is more qualified should come in and look at that instead of me.
Okay, good. And then we'll take other questions. And Laura, I'll give you an opportunity to weigh in, both before public comment and after. So we want to make sure you have a lot of time to be heard on this, because I know it's, important to you, of course. So Hallie, let's go to questions from you.
I think my only question was just answered. It's my understanding that the Raftellus report identified an area that we needed a little bit more information, or gave us the potential to seek a little bit more information. And from my perspective, this is just the logical next step in that.
Good. Councilmember Kemp.
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Dave covered it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Whalen.
I'll ask the city manager this question, then I'll ask the treasurer the same question. So you went through this process of sort of mapping, process mapping, you call it, right? Trying to figure out how much time was spent on various tasks. Did you and the treasurer reach consensus on a number of those tasks?
We did on some, and then Laura pointed out that she believed that there were things that we didn't process map that I didn't take into account for, and those were the ones that I had the most struggle with to try and estimate those hours.
Good. And then, do you want to answer that question? Then do you want to also provide any testimony?
May I answer from here?
Yeah, no, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, the process mapping that we did, I thought we were working on the Raftellus report, which is where I interact with the finance department, and detailing all of those duties so that it was real clear who does what. In the past, we've done something like a calendar, who does what. But there are a number of things that I do that don't involve the finance department. I'm the officer and administrator on the bank accounts. I work on the assessment districts and work directly with the fiscal agent and the consultants. That's a unique thing. The assessment districts actually pay for the work that I do. The city's reimbursed for the work that I do in that regard. So that wouldn't have been in the process mapping.
No, that's helpful, and I understand that. So there were certain areas outside what you felt were process mapped. My specific question was, did you and the city manager reach consensus on some of the items that were process mapped in terms of what time those take, or how much time you spend on those? And
we did.
The reason I ask that is if the council makes the decision to hire some consultant, I would think the consensus information would be provided to that
Good point.
consultant. That's my simple point on that. That's all.
Good point. Okay. And then So Laura, do you want to just add, I have a question for you, but I just want to give you a moment first to say anything that you would like to say on this item at a high level. And then of course you can have another chance after public comments. So if you want to just provide any testimony that you want to provide right now.
Yes, thank you
Okay,
very
go ahead.
much. Thank you very much. I'd first like to talk about the investments. I really felt that this report could have characterized the interaction differently. Currently, all of the investments that I'm managing are in that dry period. My focus is on dry period investing. The charts that Meter prepared didn't delineate in the short. They have short-term securities, which they just haven't done anything with. They haven't done the reformatting and maybe putting them out longer. But also the returns that Meter is quoting are not the returns that are being published by our custodian. Now, in investments, the custodian's report, U.S. Bank's report, is the one that the auditors will use. That's the Meter returns are are in many cases higher than those in the custodian reports. So the net result is that there hasn't been a reluctance to transfer. I just have a contingency in the short-term funds. I've run cash flows on the short term, which is the dry period for the city, and I'm showing the need a contingency, which is something that would be used for disbursements that aren't in my cash flow, something like internal financing of assessment districts. I had land in there, but I've since taken that out. But if you were to make a decision that would have an immediate cash flow requirement that would occur during the dry period, it would be taken out of that contingency. Otherwise, you would be forced to sell securities, which would be done at a gain or a loss, which is really what we try to avoid. So I'd like to make that clear. The returns at the 5-year level, at the 2-year level, are lower than the returns on the short term. So to move 25 million out, you're going to have an expense. You're going to earn less income by doing that. And I've estimated that for the city manager. So you're going to be giving up interest income on betting that the federal government is going to lower interest rates. And our policy talks about that. We're supposed to follow the prudent investor standard. I think I gave each of you a copy of it. What you do is you invest based on the prevailing market. It's what I've done in the past. So I've given you that information in terms of the process. Now I'd like to talk a bit about the process mapping or hiring a consultant to review my duties. My duties have been reviewed multiple times over multiple years. I've done my work. I don't have any audit deficiencies. I don't have any audit comments. I've done it well. I think I've done it well. I do more than my fair share. I assist when we get these new directors, and we've had a lot of them, a lot of turnover in finance. I'll fill in and do what I can to help. There's a lot in the duties. In a smaller city like this, you know, it's hard to say that your duties are just X, Y, and Z, because if something's missing, I just make sure it gets done. And that's not going to come up in a study like this. I really don't think that it's necessary. It's going to take time. I'm not sure that you want to modernize it. An elected treasurer is a control in a city of our type. If you minimize an elected treasurer's position, you're reducing that internal control. And it's not for the benefit of the people if you do that in a vacuum. Just that one control gets reduced and you don't beef up the other ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Just to follow up on a couple things, and I appreciate that So I think we're all on the same page that we want internal controls, and, you know, we're heading in the right direction with respect to the audit report, I think, on that point. And I don't think that there's anyone here who wants to take away anything related to internal controls. So one, you said that the position has been reviewed before. When was the last time that the hours of the position were reviewed? Was it the 2015, the one from 2016, that report that Kelly Boyd and Rob Schmid did?
I review the hours of my position every year when I set cost recovery for the assessment districts.
Yeah, no, I get that, but you mentioned that you were reviewed before by someone else. So as I recall, was that the last time there was a review of the hours?
2016, the Raftellus report reviewed my duties.
But just on the hours?
The hours are more what I do. We don't have the type of timekeeping system that would allow a rate and time study.
I appreciate that. And because I think that there's and I see where you're coming from, where you're saying it's underestimating the hours. So wouldn't it be helpful for you to be able to have that clear about what the hours are with a third party? Because it sounds like there's a disagreement between you and the city manager on that. So wouldn't that be helpful for you to be able to have an objective assessment of that?
You know, I think, again, looking at it in a vacuum, I don't think you're going to come up with a good answer. Perhaps, you know, the things that I do in other cities are very often involve multiple people. In Irvine, for example, they have multiple people working on the assessment districts. In Huntington Beach, they have multiple people in banking and investments. But I'm doing it all myself. So to just look at my hours in a vacuum, I had hoped we would do something more along the lines of the, there was a group in here that did they looked at other positions in the city, salary surveys where they look at the functions, and rather than the job itself.
But I just want to go back, Laura, to what you were saying, because again, internal controls were on the same page. That's why it's important to have an elected city treasurer to be that check on things. But you mentioned that you get involved when there's, city staff aren't, there's positions that aren't filled or there's a need there. And you understand where we're coming from the perspective of you have to have one person who's accountable. So when you're getting involved in things that are outside of the government code for the city treasurer, even though I appreciate that you're doing it, from our perspective, we can't hold anyone accountable because we can only hold two people accountable, the city manager and the city attorney. And so from the perspective of how do we make this a really high functioning city, we want to be able to hold someone accountable. And so that's why it's important that your hours are focused on what the government code requires as opposed to, beyond that. Does that make sense to you? Are you on the same page there? Because you were just referencing getting involved in other parts of beyond the government code.
I think there's room for blurred lines. For example, when you look at the preparation of an annual report, a CAFR, an ACFR, I will do certain footnotes in it. Yet the finance director is the one ultimately responsible for the ACFR, but I'll prepare the cash and investment footnote or the assessment district footnote. If they needed additional help, I'd be willing to help them out with it.
Got it. Okay.
So I think we could accomplish both things, while.
But not blurred lines, because blurred lines of responsibility are how you create chaos. And so that's kind of the concern that we have is, I think what you just said is a good example of maybe where there's collaboration and that, but like blurred lines in terms of who's responsible for something, that's kind of where we're coming from. Can someone pull up page 20? Because I want to talk, Laura, about your methodology for doing the cash flow analysis. Page 20 of the PowerPoint. We can get that on the screen. Because I think so. This is sort of to the question of that the $25 million. Because again, I don't think there's anyone up here. We all have a very strong interest in ensuring that we have, the amount of money needed to be able to make the payments, so that we have the necessary liquidity. So, Laura, do you have a similar methodology, or how do you track your cash flow do you do something similar to this?
No, I actually do a daily cash flow. I run my cash flows daily so that I'm matching the needs of the bank accounts and the investments daily. My cash flows are, I mean, I can pass this over to you. This is a little bit different, but it highlights the actual receipts into the city, the actual disbursements that are going out from the accounting department. I input debt service. I subtract investment maturities. It's different than this one.
So you don't look, because I mean, when you look at this, there's a pretty clear trend line in terms of predicting what the cash flow would be. You don't look at it from a historical perspective, data-driven perspective like this.
Oh, no, I look at it definitely from data.
Okay.
I use more data than this is using.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Much more data, and I compare it to what is happening in the finance department. Perhaps, Alex, those blurred lines are my cash flows versus what the accounting records are showing. That's where the lines sometimes get blurred, and you know, I can tell because I'm forecasting, and when the actual accounting records aren't coming in close to my forecast, I'm looking for the reasons they're not coming in at forecast. Do I need to adjust my forecast, or is there an issue in accounting?
Got it. Okay. I don't have any other questions, Laura. I appreciate your answering the questions and you providing your insights. And again, I don't think this is about the person, it's about the position. And so anyway, does anyone else have questions on this item for Laura, for the city manager? No? Okay. So let's open public comment on this item. If you want to provide testimony, now is your time to do so.
Good evening. I couldn't agree with you more, Alex. This is not about the person. It's about the position. This is an elected treasurer position. I think probably everyone up there, most of you, if not all, would prefer an appointed treasurer position because you'd have more control over it. I understand that. And I'm not saying that can't be done. I just think that it would be better to be done in conjunction with the residents than trying to go around it. And I think that was tried in Oxnard. There was a case recently, in the last year or two, where the council tried to reduce the treasurer's duties, and then it tried to reduce the treasurer's hours, and it tried to reduce the treasurer's pay, and the treasurer sued, and he won. And he was, the council was required to reinstate his duties and to reinstate his pay, and provided him with attorney's court costs. Now, I'm sure, Megan, you've looked at this case, you've heard about it, and you may even have some persuasive legal arguments. I'm not a lawyer, I don't know. But we've already got so many dang legal cases. I don't know why we would want to do this if we could avoid it. We shouldn't want to. We can try to do this the right way as opposed to trying to force it. And I'm not even sure, Bob, you may know this, but what's the chance of this going to a jury? Because I would not like our results if this was in a jury trial. It's a bit of a David and Goliath feeling to me. And, I mean, juries don't usually like Goliaths. So I don't know. I just think that there are other ways to do this. We should try to work with the residents to convert this from an elected to an appointed position. And I have a little bit of a different recollection. I don't want to get into the Raftelis report too much, but I kind of suggested to you that you get a consultant to look at the duties between the treasurer and finance when you were outsourcing. And it came up that we would hire this consultant. And I said, don't you think we should send it out for competitive bid? And the answer was no, Raftelis is the best. Now, Raftelis wasn't exactly the best, and we didn't get what we wanted or asked for. I know, Alex, you thought that we were going to get more information on treasurer pay when they came to make their presentation, and they didn't. I thought so too, but they didn't. That's fine. It does look like we want another bite at the apple. So, let's just try to, we don't need to drive another wedge between the residents and government, city government. So, thank you. Scared me.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. Any other testimony on this item? Okay, I don't see any, so let's bring this back to the city council. Any further questions for the city treasurer or for the city manager from council? No? Any comments? Does somebody want to start?
Well, I'd like to start with the investment piece of it, which was the first part of this.
Good.
And I've asked this question over the years of various members of various city managers and city finance directors. I mean, it seems to me the fundamental question is, what are the immediate cash flow needs of the city on a month-to-month basis? And as the treasurer points out, it is important to know, occasionally there are extraordinary needs that the council anticipates. And I think this probably harkens back to when we purchased St. Catherine's School and there wasn't the liquidity. And I'm not faulting the treasurer at all for that, but that was certainly a point in time where we wished we had more liquidity. But to my way of thinking, and I'd be interested in both of your perspectives, the city manager is the person who ultimately has the responsibility for understanding and dictating what the cash flow is, because the city manager is the person. I mean, a lot of it's already baked in, the payrolls and PERS and all that stuff, and I'm sure Laura keeps really good track of that. But the extraordinary stuff, the unusual stuff, it's the city manager who's got to dictate that says, well, I know based on what council's either done or what I'm going to be recommending to them or, what's coming up on the agenda, the cash flow needs are this. And I would like to get assurance or clarity that it's the city manager, working in concert with the finance director who is kind of dictating what the liquidity needs are. I mean, am I wrong about that?
No, that's right. Go ahead.
You're right,
Go ahead,
Dave.
Laura.
It's very much the city manager, and it's critical to get good communication from the city manager, the finance director. There's a piece of the cash flow as well, Bob, that does change, and so it involves public works heavily. And that's anytime we get loan funds or bond funds, I take care of those as well, because that will be outside of the normal flow of the city, outside of these normal flows that you're looking at a very high level.
Again, the normal flow out, in my estimation, is about $14 million every month. So I'm not proposing we go to 14 million. Remember, Laura's investing 99 million. So I was proposing taking 25 of that. So bringing it down to, doing the math, 74, Laura would have 74 million invested in her overnight and other short-term portfolio.
If this were Newport Beach, what would you be recommending? If there wasn't the elected, city treasurer, is that changing your recommendations here? Because I think Bob makes a really good point that there's nobody in the city who's more well-informed than you. And I get what Laura's saying about the assessment districts and that part of it. But beyond that, there's nobody who's more informed as it relates to what if there's an extraordinary event outside of the typical cash flow.
Yes, and again, Newport being a charter city, it didn't have an elected city treasurer. It had the deputy finance director was in effect the city treasurer, and all that worked fine. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. When you plan out cash flows like this, as long as you're prepared for those uncertainties, and Laura and I worked together on the uncertainties. We had a settlement payment we needed to make, so I gave Laura the heads up about a week in advance, and Laura was ready for it. So I think there's enough cushion between 14 million and 74 million that we could have that kind of flexibility. Remember, Laura's investing in overnights and very short term. Meter can also invest in things like the bank deposits that Laura does. So you could squish that number even further, and I'm not proposing doing that.
So is there a reason that, because I don't want to, I agree with the point that Mary makes that this is, we have an elected city treasurer, and that is what we need to be basing everything off of, especially the government code as it relates to that, right? So I don't want to do anything that undermines that. Is there a reason in the government code why you can't make a determination about using more than, based on your judgment of what the total amount should be?
I don't know, Megan, want to chime in? She and I were discussing this yesterday.
The government code with respect to the investment of surplus says that funds that are not for the immediate need of the city can be invested. So I kind of agree. What exactly the immediate need of the city is kind of the question. And I think I think a lot of what Dave's PowerPoint was doing was talking about the immediate needs. It was showing on a monthly basis what that means. And then I think more significantly, in terms of liquidity, whether that money is held by the city treasurer or through your investment authority to Meter, you can have immediate liquidity. So the Meter can also invest in short term. So there's whatever the liquidity is, the cash flow needs are, either the treasurer or Meter can also accomplish that.
So, okay, so then who determines what the immediate needs are per the government code? City manager, or city treasurer?
Well, really, the city council.
The city council?
So you have under the investment of surplus.
Well, no, I get that's the so we determine the surplus, or because I think there's two.
But you can determine that funds that are not for the immediate need of the city
and
are surplus.
And we made that decision.
And you've made that decision. So
But
the city manager is advising you as to what that is, which is why the recommendation is
We
for
just
you.
delegate that. So who determines what the immediate needs are? We do? Or can we just delegate that authority to the city manager to determine what the immediate needs are and then be able to make, I think that's a cleaner approach.
Well, I think the city manager is telling you what that is. Ultimately, you have retained your investment authority. And so you ultimately decide, do you want to invest, in this case, the extra $25 million? The city manager is making that recommendation to you because he is saying that from an immediate cash flow perspective, those funds the city treasurer will have sufficient funds based on his analysis, and also Meter is able to invest in funds that can be immediately provided back to the city if needed.
Okay, so there's not a need for more than that, Dave, is what you're saying. Because I thought you were saying earlier, Dave, that you could go more, but you just don't want that.
Well, my recommended action is that you direct me to examine this even further.
Okay,
Because I do, firstly, I want to have our new finance director on board.
Yeah.
And because she'll bring a lot of competence, just like the previous one did. But I wanted to make that recommendation with her understanding of
Good.
what our cash flow needs
Because I think we want to be able to hold you accountable for that,
Exactly.
right? And we can't hold anyone else accountable. And it's ultimately, as Megan said, within our jurisdiction. And then, go ahead, Allie.
As relates specifically to the investments, we made this decision, council, I wasn't here, in July 2024.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed as far as I understand. Circumstances haven't changed.
No.
To me, it's very clear we should just uphold what we decided to do in July 2024. I'm unclear as to why we're even having the conversation if we already decided a year ago.
That's a good question, Dave. Would you have an response to that?
I just know we've talked about this a bit, and the key thing for me was to determine what the immediate liquidity needs of the city are.
Okay.
And it took a conversation between Laura and Meter and me that only happened in June to eventually have that conversation.
Got it.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, and then with respect to, or should we why don't we finish up on this investment question or the 25 million question, and then let's go to the hours if that works. And so Laura, I want to give you an opportunity to weigh, are there any questions? And then Laura, I'm going to give you an opportunity to weigh in.
What are we doing? Are we questioning or commenting?
We're going to do comments right now about the investment part, but then we're going to go to the hours. We're just going to keep it separate if that works for everyone. So I want to give, before we go to council comments, I want, Marguerite, going to say something?
Well, you can finish.
Okay, so Laura, is there anything you want to add before we have council discussion about this the $25 million question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
This month, the month of May, right after property taxes come in, we go into the dry period. So there needs to be a buildup of the negative cash flows. So we are going to be running at a deficiency, a negative June, July, August, September, October. You got to have all of that money now, and then it'll get depleted during the dry period. That's why it looks like there's so much money in the bank. It's really the accumulation of everything that we're going to need for the next dry period every month.
But we have, may I ask a question? We have money coming in that time period as well.
Very little. We run negatives. And if you look at the quarterly reports that I do, you'll see, you can see the receipts are much less than the disbursements. So I do keep accounting of it, but there's not that much coming in. We will need to supplement it with our savings. And what I've explained to Dave is that if my forecasting is accurate, and if nothing changes, there is a contingency. And in one scenario, it's a 19 million contingency for any budget variances. And that's based on the accounting records. And another, it's 27 million. And that's based on the forecasts that I've published in the past. Now, that said, keep in mind that just last week, my forecast for payables was 3.5 million, and it came in at 4.5 million. So it's possible that my forecast is low if there's more. I mean, $1 million here, $1 million there, and you're going to be eating into the contingency. Right now, the contingency using the model in between is a 20% contingency for any forecast variances or decisions that you might make.
Okay, good.
I would not go to 25 though. I really,
Okay.
my forecasts are, I have 25 years experience forecasting.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Laura. Any other questions? And then I'll start with comments on this. I think,
Can I just respond a little bit again?
yeah.
Always appreciate Laura's
Yeah.
good input. Remember, 99 million is in the bank. That's what's being invested.
Yeah.
We're talking about the 14 million-ish flow out per year, per month at this time, which can vary, and I'm only proposing bringing the 99 down to 74. That's the cushion that allows for the quote unquote dry period, which we know happens every year. There is money that comes in. It's not as much as the property tax, but Meter is smart at projecting too. And I trust both of you. I do. But I think the concept of necessary for the immediate liquidity of the city is a much lower number than $99 million.
Good. Okay. Thanks, Dave. I'll just start with comments. I think that, I think that the evidence in front of us, supports what the city manager is asking for. I also think there's nobody who I would trust more on something like this than our city manager, not just because, as Bob said, the city manager is the most intimately involved in these kinds of things and understanding what the cash flows are, but because of who our city manager is and the record that he has in terms of understanding municipal finance and leading high-performing organizations like Newport. And, I think the proof is also just in the past actions where we were able to go to a clean audit and that was under his leadership. So I am supportive of the recommended action for the 25 million. And I hope that when the new finance person comes in, that you work with them and figure out what the appropriate, approach is going forward. So I'm interested to hear other comments from council members on this specific item. Then we'll go to the hours question.
I'm supportive of the recommended action. I would like some clarity if the rest of the council thinks that it's appropriate. The Oxnard issue.
Hold on, we're going to get to hours in a second.
I know we're doing that.
Okay.
I just want her to think about it.
I know.
When it's time, I would like her to explain that to the community since it was brought up.
I agree. I just want to separate it for purposes of clarity. So, Bob?
Well, in terms of recommendation number one on the investment, I support authorizing the city manager to make the 25 million, at least $25 million transfer. I want it to be clear going forward that we look as a council to the city manager to advise on the liquidity needs of the city, and that the city manager would be consulting with the city treasurer and the finance director and whoever else he thinks he needs to consult with, the director of public works, to come up with that cash flow. But it's the city manager's responsibility to determine that fundamental cash flow need, liquidity need.
Good. Okay, good. Any other comments on this, like this action, Sue?
No, I mean, I agree with everybody. I think, I do think more money can be moved over, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, when you get your finance person in. But because, the reason we outsourced the investments was for risk mitigation, solid returns, and we have a lot of resources looking and projecting how the markets and the economy is going to perform. Yeah, and I appreciate Meters, leveling their I forget what they call it, but they called it hypothetical portfolio illustration where they even out the cash flows, because that's what they're talking about, are these dips. So the more stability we have in our investment portfolio, the better. And I just don't want us to get in the same problem we got into before, where we had all those callables. They got called and we got crushed. Cost us a lot of money, what, $5-6 million probably. So I just don't want to get into the situation where we do the opposite, where, we're putting a bunch of money in and then the interest rates drop and we get caught again. So I just don't want to get caught again. That's my goal. Because there's a lot of money there. It's a lot of money for one person to invest. And I think that's why we went with Meter. So those are my comments.
Hallie, do you want to add anything?
Only that to me, it's very clear that we task the city manager with determining what funds we need for immediate liquidity. And I think that you've shown you're fully capable of making those decisions. I think that's your job. That's our job to trust you with that.
Good. Okay. So I think we have consensus there. Now let's move on to the second question about the hours. And Megan, why don't you start by explaining the Oxnard case? And because I know you have looked into this, because I think none of us want to be in a position where we're, again, violating the government code as it relates to, not an elected city treasurer. I think it's very important that we follow the law and all relevant case precedent. So could you provide some insights on that, and on whether, and kind of as that guides any action that we would want to take in the future? Because again, we're not taking that action right now, but if in the future.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. The Oxnard case it's the Molina versus the city of Oxnard and the city manager, and it's an unpublished case. We actually have been aware of it, watching the case, as it made its way from the trial court up through the Court of Appeal. It's on a very superficial level, it has similarities. It's talking about a general law city, an elected city treasurer. There was a reduction in hours and compensation. What's very different about the Oxnard case from what is being discussed here is, in the Oxnard case, the Oxnard City Council took action to reduce the duties of the treasurer that are set forth in the government code. So they adopted ordinances that had the effect of those government code duties, giving them to other people at City Hall. I do not recommend, nor do I think anyone is recommending, that the City Council in Laguna Beach take that action. As I understand the discussion, the focus is on extraneous duties outside of the duties of the government code. And the government code very clearly sets forth the duties of the treasurer. The city should abide by those. The duties that are extra, that the city council, prior city councils have chosen to assign to the city treasurer, those are not defined by the government code. And so those are what is being, as I understand it, being discussed for should those be removed. By way of example, in prior years, the city treasurer had been delegated for investment. The decision was made by the city council last year, right, to retain that authority. That changed the duties of the city treasurer in a way that didn't change anything about the government code. So again, I understand the superficial similarities, but the facts are very different in terms of what happened in that case and what's being discussed here.
I think that's a good summary. I think the best summary of this, and I don't know if we can put it up on the screen as we have this conversation, is Table 1 on page 7 of the staff report. It just very clearly summarizes the government code duties, the Laguna Beach Municipal Code duties, and then the extra duties that have been assigned that are not required under either the government code or the municipal code. And I think what the city attorney was just explaining, and just to confirm, there's no proposal to remove from the treasurer anything under the California Government Code column or the Laguna Beach Municipal Code column, right? So it seems to me the only discussion, if there is a discussion further to be had, but the city manager's not even asking for that tonight, would be what to do with the not required column. But I think what you're asking for instead is for a third-party review of hours and functions.
Yeah, to tell us what, hopefully in a unbiased, fair way, how many hours it does take to do the government code functions and the municipal code functions, because those are slightly different.
Okay, further questions or comments on this? And that was a good summary by the city attorney, so thank you for that.
Well,
Yeah,
if we were to question for the city, somebody's echoing. So a question for the city manager, if council were to direct you to conduct a third-party review, how would you go about finding those services? Who would it be?
I was talking with the HR director about that as to who might be qualified to do that. And we both identified Baker Tilly, who is doing our class and comp study. So it wouldn't be the same individuals, but some certainly, and then asking for someone who has extensive familiarity with both being a treasurer and being a finance director, and in a municipality that could navigate through this better than I could. And by the way, I think it's in the range of like $10,000 to $12,000. It's not that big of an expense. I did want to bring it to you just for everyone's awareness.
And just to be clear, Laura will be able to provide feedback about her perspective and be heard as part of this
Yeah,
process.
Laura would be an essential person to
good.
work with on this.
Okay.
More so than me.
Any other questions or comments as it relates to the second question?
Yeah, I think it's critical that we maintain the independent oversight that an elected treasurer provides. And I don't in any way want us to not only be in violation of government code, what we're required by law to do, but also, what serves the community and the public best. That said, you've got a new finance director coming in, you've got a shifting staff. I think it is really appropriate to look at this, to analyze this, and figure out what makes sense for the city.
Agreed. Sue, do you want to add anything?
Oh, I think, I kind of disagree with Mary about her comments about the timing, because, we've been having this, Laura used the term blurred lines. We don't want to have any more blurred lines. I think that's that's one of the biggest problems. And we need to clear that up. If there are clear lines of accountability and responsibility, like in private sector, you have that everybody has their clear lines of responsibility. Yeah, you may have a little, incidental blurring over there, but everybody kind of knows this, what their job is. So I think it'll be helpful too to the finance department as well to know exactly what they should be doing, what they shouldn't be doing. And although we've done the process mapping and I've looked at it, but I think, this is absolutely necessary to do, and it doesn't matter who's in the role. It needs to be well-defined. So I agree with the staff report.
Thanks, Sue. Bob or Mark, do you want to weigh in? I think, no. Or weigh in further, I should say. Mark?
Yeah, I agree, Sue, that was a good point. And I do think clarity is the key here. When we started working with all things finance and we decided that we were going to, make an effort to improve all of our processes regarding finance and audits and everything, we've made a lot of improvements. The department is evolving. I'm pleased to see how it's evolving. And again, as Alex said a bit ago, this isn't anything personal. This is just about making sure that it's that we bring clarity to everything, and that's what's most important to me. And I know, Mary, you were talking about working around the citizenry. I answer to the citizens, and I'm making these decisions based on what I feel is best for the citizens, and I think that we deserve clarity and consistency And that's why I support this.
Good. I think my colleagues really articulated this well. To follow up on what Mark was saying about what the citizens elect us to do, they want us to also make decisions based on all the facts and the analysis and the relevant data. I think this is what we're doing is we're providing objective data. And ultimately, I do think I want the city treasurer to be able to have it be a strong internal control and focus on the duties that's prescribed by the government code and by the municipal code. And for city staff to deal with the things that are not under that purview, because ultimately we want to be able to hold someone accountable for that the TOT collection is the perfect example of that, where that was not done and at one point, and we want to be able to hold the city manager accountable for that. We don't want that to be within the purview of an elected official. We want the elected official to be focused on the government code and the municipal code responsibilities that are really critical for internal controls. So does anyone want to make a motion on these items?
Well, just on that last point that you raised about these other functions, I mean, I don't think anything we're doing here tonight changes the fact that those are currently assigned to the treasurer. I mean, that would have to come back to us in some future.
But the analysis is helpful in the context. If we want to make that decision about taking something away, then we would know how many hours.
Well, again, for clarity, the recommendation too is, I think the city manager is just asking for the hours required to perform the California Government Code and Laguna Beach Municipal Code functions.
Yes, I think we're saying the same thing.
I don't think we're going to get an analysis of.
Yeah, so I misspoke. What I was saying is I want the treasurer to be focused on those two things. And so that's why just the hours of what those two things take is what's right, or what.
Okay, all right. I thought you said we would understand how many hours it took to do TOT and administer. I got it. We're on the same page.
Yeah, okay, good. Does somebody want to make a motion?
Move the recommended action.
Somebody want to?
Second.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Does anyone need a break? Okay, let's do a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at let's do 7:05. Dave. Okay, if everyone would please take their seats, we are gonna consider business item 15, consideration of a second amendment to employment agreement for the city manager, and I will defer to the city attorney on where the city manager is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city manager has left the dais for this item since we are discussing his contract. So he's recused himself and he will come back after we're done.
Good, thank you. And then I'm going to turn this over to Aggie Nesh, our Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, to provide a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Aggie Nesh, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. Item 15 is the proposed second amendment for the city manager's employment agreement. This amendment includes two changes. First, it provides a one-time merit-based exceptional performance payment of 3% of Mr. Kiff's current base salary, which is equivalent to $9,450. Second, it confirms continued deferred compensation contributions for fiscal year 25-26 at the IRS maximum of $34,750, with future years adjusting automatically unless the council takes specific action. All other terms of the agreement remain unchanged. The fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26 budgets already account for these items and no additional appropriations are necessary. Staff recommends council adopt the resolution approving the second amendment and authorizing the mayor to sign. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? None. And just to clarify, this was based on our performance review that we did in closed session, and per the Brown Act, this comes before the public in a public hearing. So that's why we are here right now. And so I will open this up for public comment if anyone wants to weigh in on the amendment to the city manager's contract. I don't see any members of the public, so I'm going to close public comment on this item and bring it back to council. Does anyone want to provide any comments on this?
No, I just think this is well-deserved, the exceptional performance pay. I think we're all quite pleased with the job the city manager's done for us over the last fiscal year. So I'm very supportive.
Well said. And I agree 100%, very well deserved. He's doing a great job.
Agreed.
I agree with that. I think one of the things I've appreciated so much about him is his commitment to working well with the community, and I see that in every council meeting. So I think it's well deserved.
Agree with my comments. I think we're lucky to have a great city manager, and we look forward to continue working with him and continue making the city the best it can be in collaboration with the community and staff and everyone else. So we're very lucky to have Dave Kiffs, and I think this agreement is based on a thorough performance review. So I would, does somebody want to make a motion?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you, Aggie. I think we'll go ahead though with the report. Okay. So next up is we have the item 16, adoption of a resolution updating the master fee schedule. We have it looks like we have our Assistant City Manager, Gavin Curran, and then Matt Schneider, who will provide a staff report for us. So please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Gavin Curran, Assistant City Manager. Yes, with me, I have Matt Snyder, Interim Director of Community Development. I also have Pat Donegan, our Assistant City Attorney, and Shannon Espinoza here as well, our Finance Manager, to help answer any questions the council may have on this item. So the item before you is the master fee schedule, approving that as kind of part of the budget process, but to update to approve the fees for next year. And as this first slide says, the purpose is approve that master fee schedule. This will be the fees effective July 1st of 2025. And kind of what we're doing a little bit new this year is trying to consolidate all the fees the city actually charges. And you can see that in your attachment in that red line version of the master fee schedule itself. But it helps, I think, with a little bit of transparency. Obviously, it's much easier to manage for staff. And then it's we are planning to bring this back every year as part of the budget process for approval. So the financial impact, and again, you can see all the red lines in that the master fee schedule itself. We're going to generate with those fee increases, and I'll talk about those in a little bit, an additional $539,000 in additional general fund revenue. The majority of that is going to come from increases in the community development fees, and then 50,000 of that's from other departments. And a lot of that 50,000 is just kind of bringing current the hourly rate for our employees based on the MOUs and salaries that are in place. The general fund subsidy itself, and this I'll talk about next couple of slides, is what we wanted to do for community development fees was kind of reduce that subsidy. So right now the subsidy for those fees is about 37%. We're trying to bring it up to that 25% range, and I'll kind of give a sample of that in a little bit. And it's kind of a multi-year strategy, bring it up to 25% and for 25-26, bring it up to 15% or lower to 15% for a subsidy in 26-27, and then get to a 5% subsidy in 27-28, and then do a community development study or fee study again in that year. I think the last one we did was in 2021. So kind of going down that path of kind of showing how that works. This is taken from your attachment. I believe it is attachment 5. I just took a sample just to kind of walk the council through at least how we kind of got to that 25% subsidy and how it kind of works with the fees itself. So you look at the first, if you look at that first line, administrative use permit, going just from left to right, the reference, there was a attachment talked about the fee study. That reference there is to the fee study. So if you clicked on the fee study itself, you went to the reference, you could see how the amount was calculated. It looks at, here's what 100% recovery would look like. Here's the fee that we're studying or we're proposing for 25-26. That's that 25% subsidy or what it would look like, the fee. And then the fee increase in dollars. And then it's important to note that when you're trying to get to a 25% subsidy, the fee may go up. Obviously, it's not just 25%. It may go up 50%. Some may go up a little bit more, but you're trying to get to that 25% subsidy number. And so that's where the fee increase is 50%, and now your target, now you're at a 25% subsidy. But if you get out a little farther, even on number 2, which is appeals to the city council, the current fee is at $2,000. 100% recovery would be $5,700 roughly. We're only proposing a fee of $2,500, an increase of $500. So it's only an increase of 25%, but you're still subsidizing about 56% of those fees. And just if you go down a little bit more, you can see that, for example, on some fees, we're already at 100%. So we kind of increased them a little or didn't increase them all. If they were at least at 25% or even better, we didn't make a change. So if you go down as far down as number 10, you can see that the current fee is $39,000 roughly. The 100% recovery would be $49,000. If we kept it at $39,000, it's still only a 25% subsidy. So we didn't make any changes to that because you already had met the 25% subsidy figure. So this kind of walks through how that table or attachment 5 worked. And I just wanted to make it clear. I think the important takeaway is that when we say we're getting to a 25% subsidy, some of those fee increases may be in the range of 50, 25, or 17, or even 80% or 200%. So a couple of key changes also we did new this year. We added a 2% general plan maintenance fee. It's estimated about $100,000 of that revenue estimate. We also added a 1.75% technology fee. It's about $89,000, and that just goes to help with improvements in technology and community development. Obviously, the online plans and the Tyler system has done fairly well, so we want to continue to improve those things. Fees for city investigations added, and this will be based on your actual staff rates. So this is code enforcement actions related to inspection of electrical, plumbing, mechanical issues, maybe some grading issues. So that's the extra additional code enforcement actions. We're lowering the real property report fee. It's reduced from $400 to $40, and that more reflects what the actual cost is to produce that report. And then new is cost recovery services for our legal services for a city attorney's office if it's needed. And this is kind of at a fully burdened rate, which means both the salaries and benefit costs for those. So city attorney, $197 an hour, the assistant at $141 an hour, and the paralegal costs at $61 an hour. So just some policy updates and enhancements. So the CPI, we're looking, you can see the master fee schedule at the very end of it. We're looking to increase the fees based on applicable CPI rates, which is your LA Long Beach Anti Urban Index. So increase that starting in 2026. And then future planning I mentioned is to get that cost study done in 27, 28. That kind of goes with that plan from a 25% step to 15 to 5, and then do the study again. And just to take away, when we look at the 21 study, when I say it's 100% cost recovery, when that number you saw on the table, it really is based on that 2021 numbers. That's when the study was done. So we didn't account for any cost increases from 2021 when the study was done today. We just said that's what the study was at 100% at that time. So there is there's probably been cost increases, but those aren't reflected in what we showed in those tables. And so the recommendation today is for the council to adopt the resolution approving the master fee schedule and thereby making it effective July 1st, 2025. And one minor change I wanted to point out to the council is when I went through the master fee schedule itself and I handed these out, I noted that while the sewer rates have been approved already, the new rates for starting July 1st were not reflective in there. So I handed out to the council just to reflect those. It shows the new rates for the sewer charges, and this is page, I believe, 31 of the agenda report, but it's the sewer rate increases that were already approved by the council. It just weren't reflected in the master fee schedule. And so before the council approves it tonight, I wanted just to make sure that change gets reflected in the approval tonight. And with that, I'd be happy to open up to any questions the council may have.
Questions?
I've got one question. We've got a new category this year because of the in-house city attorney, which is city attorney fees. So when you were just showing those items, for those sample items, right, for various fees, will the city attorney time, for example, if you went back and looked at a major design review category, would the city attorney time spent on that be added to those numbers? If you go back to your table where you had the.
So the fees that Gavin shared on the table, those are fixed fees, which are all encompassing for all city services. We do have some projects such as require California Minor Quality Act, where we take a deposit, and those would be billed at the city attorney rate. And I think my understanding, and I'll defer to Megan, is we do condition indemnity for all our discretionary projects. And my understanding is those would be the rates we would apply if those are called into play.
And just to interrupt, I apologize. This is under the Fee Mitigation Act. This is Mitigation Fee Act. This is supposed to be a public hearing, so I want to open the public hearing, and I apologize for that oversight. Go ahead, Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Whalen. To your question, the intent is, for projects that really have deposits, right? So in the event that there's an initial study or an EIR that requires CEQA review and city attorney legal review of that, there's certain specific, for example, another one would be like a general plan amendment requires a deposit. And to the extent that there's legal time that is as a result of the application. And to note the distinction, this isn't necessarily advising staff on their questions. This is like a direct result of advising on the application that's before the staff. And so it's not about answering staff's questions and advising them. It's about providing legal review on an application specifically.
So what I'm thinking about in particular, for example, is the appeal fee is proposed to go from 2,000 to 2,500. City attorney spends lots of time on appeals. Does none of that get billed? Would any of that get billed under the new approach?
Councilmember, no, the proposal is not to bill our time on that the fee amount for the appeals, for example, is the set fee amount. So it really needs to be a project that requires a deposit, really. To answer your question directly, no, the time would not be billed against that for appeals at this stage.
Okay, so it would be helpful for me, not tonight, but to understand what those are. I mean, and when does the indemnity then kick in to cover? Is that only when there's an appeal to like Coastal Commission, or Court action?
Yeah, so separately, I would say the indemnity provision is a condition of approval, so that doesn't kick in until it's actually approved. So past the application stage to an approval, we typically apply the indemnity condition when there's a lawsuit that's filed.
But not an appeal to coastal, for example?
We typically aren't particularly involved when there's an appeal to coastal in the way that we have to litigate a lawsuit. And so it's not the same demand. So I don't think we have previously used the indemnity provision on a coastal appeal. We could certainly reevaluate that if that's what council would like.
Thank you.
So like Megan, another example, if I'm looking at this, like if there was a local coastal plan amendment that requires a $10,000 deposit, same with the general plan amendment, what you're saying is that in that, or a CEQA $20,000 deposit, those are 3 examples of where that deposit could be used to pay for not only the consultant who's doing the work relevant to that, but also to the city attorney's time.
Correct.
To make sure that, and the goal, I guess, would be that it would be, even though we have the indemnification agreement, the goal would be that we're dealing with these complex legal issues in a way that's smart and that mitigates our risk and the applicant's risk in a way, right? By having the city attorney involved and having the applicant pay for the cost of that because they're getting a benefit from that help.
Correct.
Got it.
Megan, if there isn't a coastal appeal, does coastal interact with staff and ask for documents transferred? So they usually become the lead agency, correct? Coastal, if there's an appeal, if they find substantial issue?
Correct. So Mayor Pro Tem, so if there's an appeal, coastal, it kind of becomes a coastal handled issue. They will ask information of staff, but we don't prepare, we might submit certain documents, but we don't prepare the appeal in the way that we prepare, for example, an appeal that comes to the city council. It's that process now is owned by the Coastal Commission.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm just wondering if there's some ancillary time that is involved or more time. I don't know. Maybe Matt, can you answer the question?
A lot of the information coastal requires on an appeal is prescribed under the Coastal Act anyway, that we're required just in general noticing to them, whether it's appealed or not. It's a little bit more substantial in terms of, copies of meeting minutes, things like that, but it's not a substantial staff burden generally. All the analysis, like Megan said, is done by their staff, coastal staff.
Okay, so we have the just over $29,000 that's being recommended for design review, major design review, correct? So my question is, Matt, maybe you have the answer to this question. If we come to the point in the future where we have objective standards and it becomes not a design review issue, I'm not quite sure how it would be processed, but what category would a project fit into in the future when we have objective standards that don't really require design review?
I mean, ideally, objective design standards would provide an option that's prescriptive, that if you can complete and meet all those standards, that it could be done administratively. And that it would be an option of the applicant when they want to go beyond those prescriptive objective standards, that they would be investing in those fees and staff time to do that.
So what fee would that fall under currently? Do we have one? What category and what would the fee be?
If it were to be under objective design standards,
Yeah.
it would be absorbed under our normal zoning plan check fees as well as our building plan check fees, because you would be essentially eliminating the need to go to a decision-making body, a discretionary body.
Great, thank you.
Other
So,
questions?
so I want to come back, if I could, I'm sorry, to my earlier question. So make sure I'm understanding this on the city attorney review. On page 29 of the staff report, there's this highlighted in blue, city attorney review, applications for telecom projects, temporary use permits, conditional use permits, and applications requiring city attorney review for CEQA Coastal Act, housing, and or any other review. So what does Coastal Act mean in that context? Review for CEQA, Coastal Act, housing.
Councilmember, I think it's intended for when we interface, I would think that the idea there is that when we interface with coastal on a project that's pending. So for example, I'm like hesitant to pick a project. I don't want to pick anyone, but a project that's in the appealable jurisdiction, for example, on occasion, there are issues where we directly interface with coastal staff on those projects in advance. And really part of that is to avoid to put the city and the applicant in a better position in the event of appeal, kind of the same way we do on the CEQA analysis. So it's intended for those scenarios. It's not intended for like coastal advice, in reviewing the CDP that's going to come before the council.
So then it says a deposit may be required on a case-by-case basis. So who's making that decision?
I would defer to Matt's team on that. I think based on the application, I think it's again intended to be a substantial application where a big project that's going to, imagine like a montage type project where there's just going to be a huge amount of work associated with it. And I think the idea with that is that the city could be heavily burdened on legal fees. And so it's an attempt to cost recover on those sorts of major projects.
Okay, I think we should. So I'm glad to hear that.
Megan, so in light of the Supreme Court came down with a decision that basically, went after the whole California scheme for how we do impact fees. What's it called again?
Steinmetz.
No,
I'm sorry.
Dorado County, El Dorado County.
It's a different, I'll have Sheets.
Sheets.
Sorry, I knew it started with an S and ended with a Z.
And so does
You
that,
say sheets?
Sheets.
with respect to like, our park fee, for example, has that been one, are we currently charging that is on page 28, the park and recreation dedication fee? Is this based on like a clear study that shows that when you add this amount of units that you're going to get that much demand on parks? Because I don't doubt that it's true. I'm just wondering if we have the justification in case someone were to challenge that.
Great question, Mr. Mayor. This is actually, as I understand, this fee is a park and dedication in lieu fee. So this I believe to be a Quimby fee and not an impact fee.
So we're just referring to the Quimby.
I believe that this is intended to be the Quimby fee. The impact fees, the city is currently in the process of doing a nexus study on its impact fees. And I don't exactly know the timing of that, but it's underway right now. I think the hope is to probably bring it to you later. I'm looking at Jeremy, if maybe later this year, hopefully somewhere in that timeline, to reevaluate all of your impact fees in light of Sheets and to afford the city greater protections.
So here we're basically protected because we're referring to another state law, the Quimby Act, and that's what this is basically effectuating.
Correct.
Okay, and then the other, those are my only questions. Oh, Gavin, did you catch on page 29, it says the RPR is at 400? Was that corrected in your supplemental material? Or is that just an oversight?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, on page.
So on page 29, if you go like, the middle of the page, this is real property report, residential 400, commercial 545, extension 120.
Yes, that's an oversight. We should have corrected that.
Okay.
And
Sounds
it
good.
should be part of my changes, and I'll note that. It should be $40.
Okay, other questions? No, I don't see any questions. So, I had already opened the public hearing, so I will open a public comment on the adoption of resolution updating the master fee schedule. If anyone wants to provide testimony on that item, or on this item. Okay, I'm going to close public testimony. I'm going to bring it back to council. Are there further questions of staff at this point? No questions. Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing, and does anyone want to start with comments?
I really appreciate the thoughtful way you guys are rolling out this whole idea that we're going to actually try to recapture some of the costs of doing business. And you guys are doing it gently. So thank you.
Any other comments?
I support the idea of recapture. Some of these fees are exorbitant in my mind, and I think that that just demonstrates the need for us to develop these objective design standards. So people that are doing modest work on their homes aren't going to be burdened with such high fees.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Yep. Okay. Anyone else?
I did note sort of in the city attorney rates, all of the other categories for personnel have charity rates, but there is no charity rate because I guess lawyers aren't charitable. So was there a reason for that?
We certainly can be charitable. If we can come up with a charity rate, certainly. If I don't know that, I don't know what how the charity rate is calculated for staff, but we could apply the same formula for the city attorney charity rate.
So I can't tell if that was serious.
That was attorney wars.
Okay. Any other comments? I would move the recommend action with the RPR crossing off, making it just residential and commercial are both $40.
Oh, $40.
And what about an extension? There would be no, is there going to be an extension?
We're going to leave it on the fee schedule because there are some existing that are out there before the latest update on the 19th. That could be in effect for the next few
Okay.
months. Someone wants extended, but that would be 40 as well.
So why don't we just change it to 40 now?
Yeah,
Right.
all three, commercial, residential, and extension should be
40.
$40 across the board.
And then when do these go into effect? If this is passed by the council? Maybe it's.
I believe it's July 1st.
So
Actually, sorry, for a point of clarification, there's, and Pat, do you want to, some of the fees will take effect in 60 days under the Mitigation Fee Act. Certain fees are 60 days from the adoption of the resolution.
So why don't we just make everything 60 days? Because how do we know which ones are 60 and which ones aren't?
We certainly,
Is that an easier approach? Or are there a few fees that are 60 days, or is that like what would your legal recommendation be?
I think it's simplest to do 60 days, but so as to not lose revenues, we could figure it out.
I think let's just do 60 days then.
Good.
Right. And then that gives people more time too. Go ahead.
Sorry to interject. I completely agree with that approach. I would ask that you consider giving direction for us to look if we could implement the reduction for RPRs effective July 1st, since that is a reduction. I want to pass that along to the applicants.
Thanks. I'm glad that you brought that up. I like that idea. And then if somebody's in the pipeline, so if they submit before, so what would 60 days from today be? July or August 24th, 25th. I don't know how many days are in the, okay. So if somebody submits an application before that, they are grandfathered into the old fees. Just to clarify. Okay, good. So I would move that we adopt the fees as amended with the exhibit presented to us by Gavin, with the revisions to make the 3 fees under the RPR each $40, and then to implement these fees 60 days from adoption of this master fee schedule.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good. Are we all good on that, Megan? Okay, good. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the work from everyone involved with this. Okay, item 17, adoption of the fiscal year 25-26 budget and approval of the Municipal Employees Association Memorandum of Understanding and revisions to the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget. It looks like Gavin is going to be presenting on this.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll be presenting.
Mayor, I just wondered, just looking at the audience in terms of the 2 items we've got left, I suspect
Yeah, let's do that. Good.
there aren't very many people here for the budget. They're here for other reasons.
That's a good point.
Want to?
Who's here for the budget? So one person and then, okay, so why don't we, I think that's a good recommendation, Councilmember Whalen. So what I would do, unless there's an objection, is let's consider business item 18, which is related, which will be a public hearing related to a CUP and coastal development permit, and parking reduction for Truly Pizza. So do we have someone from community development probably running over right now? Okay, hold on. Let's give Kate a couple of minutes.
Matt, you thought you were getting a break.
I know probably always nice to be, listening to another presentation before and then have the mayor say, let's hear your item. But there we go. Take your time. Okay. Sorry about that.
Bob messed up the whole meeting.
No, yeah, take your time.
I saw Anthony. I thought we were okay.
You ready? Okay. Good evening, Mayor Runagi and council members. I am Kate Kazama with the Community Development Department, and item 18 is a conditional use permit and coastal development permit request to reduce the number of required off-street parking spaces as an incentive for establishing a sidewalk cafe for a new restaurant at 320 North Coast Highway. The item is before you tonight because a reduction of parking standards requires final approval by the City Council. The Planning Commission reviewed this project on June 18th and is recommending approval to the City Council tonight. Next slide. The subject property is located near the northwest intersection of North Coast Highway and Astor Street in the C1 Local Business District. The site is currently developed with a two-story craftsman bungalow and is listed in the city's historic register. In 1997, the City Council approved a CUP to establish a cafe with indoor and outdoor seating in conjunction with the nursery and office uses. At the time, the project received a parking reduction incentive of 75% through the city's historic preservation program, which still applies to the site today. The applicant is proposing to establish a new pizza restaurant known as Truly Pizza. While the proposed restaurant use is not changing from the prior use, the project involves a CUP request to modify the previously approved hours of operation, a design review request to construct 2 freestanding wood pergolas, and a CDP request to expand the outdoor dining area, which is resulting in an intensification of use. These components of the project were approved by the Planning Commission last week on June 18th. Tonight, the applicant is requesting an additional CUP and CDP to reduce the number of required off-street parking spaces by establishing a sidewalk cafe. Pursuant to the city's parking ordinance, the parking standards may be reduced by a maximum of 5 spaces when the proposed use promotes alternative modes of transportation and provides a sidewalk cafe with outdoor seating. The applicant is requesting the maximum 5 credits for the proposed outdoor dining area. Overall, staff believes the outdoor dining expansion would contribute to the vibrancy of a key pedestrian thoroughfare. And based on the site's proximity to the downtown, Main Beach, and Heisler Park, the cafe is anticipated to receive a high volume of traffic through alternative modes of transportation such as walking, cycling, and use of public transportation. For these reasons, staff is recommending that the City Council approve the 5 sidewalk cafe parking credits and adopt the attached resolution approving the project and a categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA. This concludes my presentation. Both staff and the applicant team are available to address any questions.
Good. Thank you so much, Kate, for that presentation on the spot with the, rush delivery. And so just to be clear, we are not, the Planning Commission approved, an application related to the design review and different things last week. And this is, if that were to come up for appeal, this is not what we're deciding on today. We're just deciding on in the context of the parking.
Parking credits.
Is that correct? The parking credits? Okay, good. And then I just, do we need ex parte on this, Megan?
I would recommend it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so any ex parte communications on this item?
No. I talked to the owner of Truly Pizza.
I talked to the owner, but I did not have any information that was outside of this report.
No. None.
Okay, so then what we're gonna do is, I should have opened the public hearing before, but I'm gonna open the public hearing now. Any questions of staff on this? Nope. Okay, and then we're gonna give the applicant 5 minutes to present if you want it. You don't need to take it. You can just introduce yourself. So I'm gonna open public testimony and we'll start by giving the applicants up to 5 minutes, but you don't have to take the whole 5 minutes. So if
Or you
you're-
don't have to say anything.
or you don't
want
anything
to
at
do.
all.
It's up to you.
Hi, I'm Donna Baldwin. That's my husband, Steve Muller. And we're with Truly Pizza in Dana Point, and we're excited to come to Laguna Beach. And I guess I would just say if anyone has any questions, they're welcome to contact me, or you can talk to me tonight. And
Good.
that's it.
Good, thank you. Okay, any other members of the do any other members of the public want to provide testimony in support or in opposition to this this request? Yeah, in support or opposition, either.
Here comes the spotlight.
Got a spotlight.
I was just going to say, I just saw the spotlight, so I figured it was my turn to get up. Paula Hornbuckle Arnold, although the Chamber of Commerce fully supports this project, I'm not here in an official capacity. I could not be more excited to stand here and share enthusiasm for Truly Pizza's second location. Full disclosure, I've been friends with the owner, Donna Baldwin, for almost 40 years. We began our careers under the tutelage of Steve Wynn, one of the most visionary businessmen in the world. During our tenure, we learned to think outside the box, be creative, don't settle for the ordinary, and above all else, create an experience. Well, my friend Donna and her colleagues did exactly that at the first Truly Pizza location in Dana Point. It is a stunning visual representation of a first-class dining experience in a casual, comfortable environment. The Truly team has engaged the most talented designers to bring Truly 2 to life. Donna's vision has been meticulously crafted and will be perfectly executed. And have I mentioned the food? The Epicurean masterpiece that is head chef Chris Decker is not to be missed. I know some people think, yeah, it's just pizza. Well, I can assure you it's far more than pizza. It's an experience. This is a local, creating a small business and making Laguna its home. Isn't that what we all truly want? Let's grant them their parking credits and help them create their dream.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Or any other speakers want to speak on this application? I don't see any. Bob, you want to say something?
I did have one question for Donna that just occurred to me.
Donna, do you want to?
If you could come up to the mic, which is, just, can you explain a little bit? I know you're also, you have the Tiamo site, the old former Tiamo site now. Sort of the interrelationship between that and this, how will they support one another? Or?
Yes, they will. So in the back of the bottom half of Tiamo will be our commissary kitchen. So that's where we'll produce all of our dough and sauces. And then they will be driven to Laguna and cooked on site. So we won't be making our dough production because the house is a one whole kitchen. So we don't have the room to produce the dough. And then in the front, we're going to do a 25-seat Truly bagels with our 3-day fermentation process. So we'll be serving bagels and schmear and coffee and probably slip some donuts in there in the mornings, and then sandwiches all afternoon. It was really creative sandwiches with bagels. You bet.
Okay, so any other public testimony on this item? I don't see any. I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the city council. I think this is the exactly the type of business. Wait, questions for staff? No questions. Okay.
I do have one. I don't have any. I tend to fully support this, but I had a chance to talk to Matt and Anthony, and I think this is a question. And Sue, you may remember this out of the parking management plan. I think we had provisions in there that we were going to be including, and this is not before us tonight, so I'm just taking this opportunity to make the point, including in CUPs regarding and incentivizing employees to take public transit and that kind of stuff. And I don't, it's not here. So I don't know if Anthony or Matt want to comment on that, but I guess the bigger point is we need to make sure we're kind of looking at that parking management plan as CUPs come before us. Again, not in front of us tonight, but I'm taking the opportunity.
Yeah, we appreciate the question, Councilmember Whalen. One of the strategies in the council's 2023 adopted parking and TDM report is to develop a standard condition of approval that would be applied to certain non-residential projects, namely when they involve an intensification of use. We haven't shared the condition that staff has crafted. Admittedly, this is a project where the city decision-making body, which tonight is the council, could consider imposing this condition. But I did want to share it given the subject matter here. I do want to point out that it doesn't make any specific commitments as to which TDM strategies an applicant is required to employ, but an applicant based on their maybe proximity to public transit stops, their communications with employees, would develop their own plan to reduce employee dependency on single occupancy vehicle. So that plan could include, for example, posting bus route information or the trolley schedule, should they happen to be located in close proximity to public transit stops. It could also include commute matching services to encourage carpool use. So I did want to share that here. Staff could have included this condition in the draft resolution before you tonight, and we will make it a point to do so in similar applications in the future.
Yeah, I'm not advocating it for tonight because I think it's not fair to the applicant. It comes up at the, sort of the last minute, but I did want to get it on our radar. And I think there's some other stuff in the parking management plan that Sue, you and I probably ought to meet with Matt and Anthony about.
Any other questions?
I don't have any questions, but I have a comment. I just think it's going to be a great addition to our town, especially in North Laguna. We could really use some vibrancy in North Laguna. So I'm really looking forward to it. I've eaten at the restaurant myself and I've had takeout. It's fantastic. I think you're going to do really well here, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Other comments?
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank Donna and Steve, as well as Jeremy and Louie and Matt and Anthony and Kate, because this is one of our initial efforts to try to roll out at least some semblance of a welcome mat to businesses that want to open in Laguna Beach. And I'm appreciative of the work that you guys did, and I was appreciative of Donna and Stephen being so receptive to the ordeal that we still have to put people through. So
What was the timeline on this project from when they?
I don't know. We want to know the start, but
No, I want to know.
yeah.
So I think what we really, as a city, what we want is to incentivize businesses like this. And when you have to deal with a process that goes from August to, to June, it becomes an irrational thing to do business in Laguna Beach. And so we're so grateful that you were willing to do it. But if we really want more businesses like you, we really need to clean up our act. And I really appreciate how staff was willing to, within the context of the rules that we have, put this before us, before the appeal. I think that's, not that there would be an appeal, but I appreciate that was done so that we can move forward. I think now we need to work with the, we're trying to get we need the health department to get involved on the Tiamo part, and hopefully we can figure that out. But I also think that this really ultimately should not have to come to the city council, a waiver. I think this should be a by right thing. I think we just need to get, the more, I think the more that we have these discretionary decision-making opportunities is just why nobody wants to do business in Laguna Beach. And so we really want more businesses like this, and we're grateful for you, but we want this to be the norm, not the exception. So thank you. And thank you to staff for all that you did within the context of our complicated code to get this here, because it's really not an indictment on you. It's an indictment on our code, which is overly discretionary and bureaucratic and complicated. So anyway, thank you everyone involved, and couldn't be more excited about this new business. So I'm going to close the public hearing on this unless there's more questions of staff. And any further comments?
I'm a big fan. I can't wait.
I've never been, but I'm looking forward to it. Welcome.
You got to go tomorrow. You got to.
Yeah, I wish it was a little further away from my house, actually. I would be interested to evaluate this at some point in my spare time to see what what happened that made it take a year. And I appreciate you guys trying, by the way, and I know you guys really did, but it would be interesting to do a little Monday morning quarterbacking and just to see at some point. It'll give me and you a chance.
Okay. Yeah. I know to Mayor Pro Tem Orgil's credit, I think it was you that said, "How's Truly Pizza doing?" I said, "I don't know. Let me pick up the phone." And that's when I started to talk to Donna and Steve. And I think I think things sped up at that point, but yeah, we should do a start to finish on this one. Yeah.
Really good that you could get the Tiamo site and someone who had the wherewithal to do it, because that building, I know you've had to put a lot of money into it. Yeah. So.
Unfortunately,
thanks for
Allow the city of Laguna to make a good deal for you.
Yeah.
I'm
concerned about the donuts over there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Further comments from council? Good. Okay. I would move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations. Happy birthday. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you, Kate. Good presentation and good job on this. We appreciate it. Okay. So now it sounds like everyone else is here for appeal A. Is that the case? Who's here for appeal A? Okay, so let's go to appeal A. This is an appeal of an approval of design review to create storage areas within the existing garage and remove the doors to create carports at Hotel Joaquin. And so we have a staff presentation. Looks like Sarah is providing it.
Can you give me just 1 second, Mayor?
Yeah. Do you need longer than that? Do you want 2 minutes?
I need to recuse myself from this item, so I'm going to step out.
There's a Levine Act concern related to a participant for the applicant.
Okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, are there any disclosures of any ex parte communications of Councilmember Sue?
No.
Bob?
I got a call from Steve Kuartani today. Spoke with him for a few minutes.
Oh. I got a call from him, but I didn't answer.
I've had a conversation with Katie from the
Okay.
hotel.
I got a call from him, but I also wasn't able to touch base with him. So, okay. Now I'm gonna open the public hearing and let's have a staff presentation. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Runagi and City Council members. Agenda item A is an appeal of approval of design review for Hotel Joaquin at 985 North Coast Highway. Sorry, it's being very slow.
Take your time.
Bear with us for just 1 minute, please. I'm going to go ahead and share the presentation on my computer.
Okay. The project is located on a split zone parcel at the corner of North Coast Highway and Fairview Street. The property is improved with a 22-unit hotel, 1 manager's unit, pool facilities, and a total of 23 parking spaces. The entirety of the hotel building, including the attached garages to be improved as part of the project, are located within the commercial neighborhood zone, while the pool and the 6-stall parking lot are located within the residential medium-density zone of the parcel. Next slide. The proposed project involves the construction of 3 storage spaces within the rear portion of the existing garages and will be fully concealed by full-height non-structural walls and enclosed with a sliding barn door. As part of the proposal, the existing garage doors will be removed and the garages will be converted into partially covered carports. Next slide. The proposed project is a minor modification to prior design review approved plans and would otherwise be exempt from design review. However, the Community Development Director determined that the project was subject to administrative design review as it had the potential to pose impacts to the neighboring properties. At the time of the hearing on April 2nd, one adjacent neighbor expressed objection to the project, and after closing the public hearing, the director's designee approved the project and found the project exempt from CEQA. Because this is a de novo review, staff has prepared suggested findings within the agenda report for the council's consideration, which includes 4 design review findings, 16 design review criteria, and 5 commercial neighborhood zone performance standards. On April 14th, the city received a notice of appeal of the designee's approval from an adjacent property owner. The first contention is that the property received a faulty administrative review process and should have been reviewed by a review body at a public hearing. Staff's response is that the project is consistent with the previously approved conditional use permit and does not violate any of the conditions set forth in the approved resolution. Overall, the project constitutes as a minor modification to the previously approved design and would otherwise be exempt from design review. However, it was determined that the project may pose potential impacts to neighboring properties and was therefore subject to an administrative design review public hearing. The second contention states that the project creates a visual impact to the surrounding neighborhood. Staff's response concludes that covered parking is not required for hotel use, and the proposed carports are not an uncommon design in this neighborhood and in the immediate project vicinity. Additionally, the proposed storage spaces will be constructed with full-height walls and sliding barn doors to conceal storage items from public view. The third contention states that the project is not code compliant. Staff's response is that the existing parking conditions on site are legal nonconforming in terms of number and types of parking spaces provided and parking space dimensions. The project will maintain the existing nonconforming conditions without further exacerbating any of these conditions. The City Council has several options in consideration of this matter, which are as follows. If the council finds that the director's designee proceeds in a manner required by law and their determination to approve the project is supported by substantial evidence, then option 1 is to adopt the attached resolution sustaining the designee's decision. Option 2 is to sustain the designee's approval, but include more restrictive conditions of approval. If the council finds that the designee did not proceed in the manner required by law and that their determination to approve the project is not supported by substantial evidence, then option 3 is to direct staff to return with a resolution remanding the project to the director's designee with findings in support thereof and providing direction to the director's designee. And option 4 is to direct staff to return with a resolution overturning the designee's decision and denying the project with the findings in support thereof. Overall, staff finds that the project is consistent with the design review criteria and recommends that the City Council adopt the attached resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Community Development Director's designee approval of design review and finding the said action exempt from CEQA. Standards of review for non-design review decisions include the City Council is not limited to the grounds stated in the appeal. The City Council is not limited to the evidence presented to the Community Development Director's designee. The City Council shall conduct a de novo hearing and shall exercise its independent judgment and discretion as to the evidence. The Community Development Director's designee's decision is presumed reasonable, valid, and not abuse of discretion. And the appellant bears the burden of proving otherwise by a preponderance of the evidence more likely than not.
If I might interject, counsel, I think we may have included the incorrect slide. Unfortunately, my apologies for that. Give me just a moment and we'll swap that out.
Okay. And while Anthony's doing that, what we're going to do is we'll have questions of staff after this, and then I'm going to give 5 minutes to the appellant to provide a presentation. And after that, individuals in support of the appeal in opposition to the application will each have 3 minutes, and then I will give the applicant 5 minutes, and those in support of the applicant will have 3 minutes, and then the appellant will have 2 minutes for rebuttal at the end. So just to set the ground rules ahead of time for everyone.
Okay, sorry about that. The standards of review for design review decisions with less than 4 affirmative votes is that the City Council shall conduct a de novo review of the underlying application. The City Council is limited to the grounds specifically stated in the notice of appeal. The review is confined to the evidence that was presented to the designee. The City Council exercises its independent judgment and discretion as to such evidence. The designee's decision is presumed reasonable, valid, and not an abuse of discretion. The appellant bears the burden of proving otherwise by a preponderance of the evidence more likely than not. And the abuse of discretion is defined as the Community Development Director's designee did not proceed in the manner required by law, or the decision is not supported by the findings, or the findings are not supported by the evidence. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. We appreciate it. Are there questions of city staff? Councilmember Whalen.
The substitute slide, it's interesting. I'm not questioning it, but ordinarily, if you have less than 4 affirmative votes, council has more discretion. And if it's 4 or more, we have less discretion. But with the new slide you put up, we actually have less discretion. So it was weird because this decision underneath was made by one person, not a body of 5. What is that, just a weird defect in our code?
Correct, Councilmember Whalen. The code specifically refers to 4 affirmative votes. And so because there's not 4 affirmative votes, we'll default to the alternative standard when there are not 4 affirmative votes, but it is a very odd outcome.
But that's my point, where there's less than 4 affirmative votes, we go to de novo. But the one that changes here is number 2, which is on the other slide anyway. It said we were not limited to the grounds specifically stated in the appeal, in the notice of appeal. And here we are limited to the grounds specifically stated in the notice of appeal.
I think there was a typo on the first slide that was presented. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Where it said, I think that was a slide for non-DR decision. So that was just the incorrect slide.
Okay.
So for clarification, this is the standard of review that's on the screen right now that would apply. And it's still a little bit wonky because of the 4 affirmative votes issue.
So okay, so we're limited to the grounds and we're limited to the evidence that was presented. Okay.
Okay. Further questions of staff?
I have a question. So the proposal from the hotel about the carport, are they can't have only the car can go in and then any other miscellaneous items in that carport have to go behind the doors?
Yes, that is correct, council member. The applicant is proposing to remove the garage doors so that they can have sufficient concealed storage area at the rear of those garages. The issue is that if the garage doors were to remain, a vehicle could not be accommodated in addition to storage. The applicant has expressed to staff that they have a need for on-site storage for regular hotel operations, but the applicant's expressed intent is that all storage in those areas would be located behind the full height walls and the sliding barn doors, and so nothing would be visible from the street.
Okay. And have those doors been removed yet?
They have not, no.
I know it's here right in front of me, but what's the depth of the driveway then? So the depth of the driveway won't accommodate a parked car. So
That is correct, Mayor Pro Tem.
so this is turning an enclosed situation into a carport situation.
That is correct. Now, I will clarify that the code does not require that this use provide covered spaces. Although we're referring to them as carports, the parking spaces will not be fully covered. A portion of the vehicle will extend beyond the face of the building.
Correct. So you referred to the back, the part of the property is medium density?
Yes, the rear half of the property is located in R2 medium density.
Right. Thank you.
Are there other questions on this? No, okay. So let's open public testimony on this item, and we will start with 5 minutes for the appellant to provide any relevant testimony on this item relating to the appeal.
Good evening. My name is Loretta Lewis. I live at 176 Fairview, and I'm the appellant. And I have some slides. There we go. Fairview Street is starting to look like a used car lot. There are already 5 exposed parking spaces at the hotel corner, and they are now trying to add 6 more exposed parking spaces where we were promised a clean, closed garage along Fairview buttoned up. Next slide, please. The proposed garage conversion should never have been approved administratively, as there are several issues with the current design. Existing site walls and 3 sets of stairs conflict with the required backup space. Interior parking dimensions shown on the plans are not correct. The spaces are 7'4" wide, not the 7'6" as shown. If they are existing, non-conforming to remain, that's fine. But with what they want to create, a new condition, they should comply with the required size. The spaces do not follow the Laguna Beach Municipal Code for compact parking spaces, which must be 8 by 15. The back ends of the cars will be sticking out of the garage walls with no cover. How is this a carport? Code 2508006 states the definition of a carport is a permanent roof structure with not more than 2 enclosed sides used for automobile shelter. This proposal does not align with what a carport definition is and should not have been approved administratively. The Planning Commission should have had the opportunity to review this proposal and determine if it is compatible with the neighborhood and the intent of the hotel CUP. Next slide, please. There is an alley on the opposite side of the hotel where vehicles are protruding from their parking space. And that's okay, because that is exactly what alleys are made for. But it is not neighborhood compatible to have that condition on Fairview Street. There are no carports on any commercial street from Beverly to North Cliff Drive. If there are carports, they are on the alleys where they belong. Next slide, please. We were promised a simple and clean garage look, and that is what we currently have. If this is approved, what will we see is a bunch of overflowing trash and storage and car ends sticking out onto the sidewalk, not to mention the light spillage that will pollute our otherwise peaceful night sky. Next slide, please. There is an alternative solution. Move the proposed storage from the Fairview Street side of the hotel to the alley garages. There is the same square footage for storage, and the open garages with cars protruding will not bother anyone, since that is what is expected in an alley. Next slide, please. This shows the same amount of storage space requested can be created on the alley side. Next slide, please. Why the sudden need for storage? The reason for the need for extra storage is confusing to begin with. Why do they need more storage so suddenly? It appears they are ramping up their events and need storage for all the extra tables and chairs. They are not approved for these events like that. The standard operation was set with CUP, and the city needs to uphold that standard. If the hotel wants to change their operation, they need to change the CUP in a public hearing, not incrementally by little here and there. Next slide, please. Their current activities do not align with the CUP. Next slide, please. The hotel's social media. They are advertising events on their social media platforms they are not approved to host. Next slide, please. These photos show the impact of these events to the neighborhood. Conclusion. Again, if the hotel wanted to change their operation, they need to change the CUP in a public hearing, not incrementally by little here and there. This proposed carport along Fairview is an incremental change that should not be allowed by administrative approval. Please sustain the appeal and direct the hotel to seek changes to their CUP through the Planning Commission process, so changes like these can have the public hearing and discretionary review they require and we, the neighbors, deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, anyone who is in support of the appeal will have 3 minutes to speak.
That's me. Good evening. My name is Terry Hunter, and I live across the street from the hotel. I am in the guitar shop building on the residential side. My apartment is the most impacted by this situation. My home, specifically my living room and bedroom windows, overlook the proposed conversion side of the hotel. I also work from home, seeing clients involving very sensitive matters, and I am deeply concerned about the proposed conversion of the hotel's garages into garage ports, carports, and storage. Fairview is a small, quiet street off of North Coast Highway leading into a residential neighborhood. Converting these garages will inevitably increase delivery traffic and activity on Fairview, as evidenced by my email submission. This last Saturday night, June 21st at 7:24 p.m., a U.S. Foods delivery truck was parked underneath my living room window, making a delivery for the event the hotel was hosting that night. The hotel's events often are held around the pool area beneath my living room window. A number of residents' homes overlook the hotel and pool area. The echoes and noise from these gatherings drifts throughout the neighborhood and often into the wee hours of the morning. This last Sunday, June 22nd, I found 4 cigarette butts, all the same brand, snuffed out underneath my bedroom window in a public area where smoking is prohibited by Laguna Beach ordinances. I have submitted photographic evidence of these butts via email, and while I cannot confirm the source, it is highly likely that these were left by a hotel guest attending Saturday night's event. On the alley side of the hotel, the carports are dirty and cluttered, full of storage and trash, and employees gathering to chat and talk, and their voices echo as it bounces off the walls. Meanwhile, the garages on Fairview are not being used for parking at all. Always, the cars are parked behind the garage, sticking halfway out into the street. There is a lip that comes up over, I better keep going. On the photos I submitted, there was furthermore, the parking spaces proposed for the confusion are underutilized. The hotel has regular vehicular activity throughout the day, and these garages are not being used as intended for their capacity. Additionally, the hotel's garages on Fairview are structured in such a way that attracts local boys who love to skateboard. When alerting the hotel in the past, I was met with hostility and told to call the police. They did not care about the skateboarders, and then they hung up on me. The proposed carports provide sheltered spots for unsupervised gatherings and the filming of dangerous stunts, increase the noise and risk level not only to the immediate neighbors, but to the neighbors who live off the alley that T-bone the hotel. Converting these garages into open carports will worsen this problem and encourage unsafe parking and activities.
Do you want to just finish your sentence?
Please. Lastly, the hotel operates at a high degree of exclusivity, banning locals from the use of its bar and restaurant. The Hotel Joaquin has never tried to foster a relationship with the neighbors or the neighborhood, but has been combative in most cases and shady.
Thank you. Mark has a question for you.
I apologize. I didn't understand the comment about the skateboarders. What was it?
The garages, the way that if you could see it in the previous slides that Loretta put up, there are steps that sequentially go down the hill. Skateboarders start at North Coast Highway and use them as jumping ramps, or they come down the alley and they photograph themselves because we live on quite a big hill. It's a very dangerous place, and they do it often, and the hotel does nothing to manage this activity.
Thank you.
Yeah, next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Alice White. I live on Fairview at 162. We've owned our home there since 2015. And I'm just here to amplify what Loretta went in great detail to explain in a very thoughtful and I think logical way. It just doesn't make sense. There could be a better solution. What's proposed for these carports, it doesn't make sense. Anyone that's visited that corner of the street even can look at the elevation on those carports to know they're they couldn't be made into carports without creating even a more dangerous situation on that corner. So I'm hoping that we could have some kind of a solution that's a compromise, because I am actually a fan of the Hotel Joaquin. I think they did a beautiful job with that property. I think it's an asset to the neighborhood, but there's a need to represent the residents in this situation as well, and we're not being represented if the parking situation is allowed to become something worse than it already is. So my front neighbor was here until 7:30, but she had to go to the preview night, so she's not able to have her voice heard. I just wanted to make sure mine was, again, in tremendous support of everything Loretta said, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Or are there any further speakers in opposition to or in support of the appeal? Okay, seeing none. So what I'm going to do now is give 5 minutes to the applicant or a designee to provide a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Michael Gagne, longtime resident of Laguna Beach, class of '86, go Artists, but also a part of the business ownership of Hotel Joaquin. I'd like to start by just saying thank you to staff, as always, providing a great report. Part of the issues that we've heard tonight with storage is something that we're trying to fix. And that's why we've come to the design review, did the administrative design review so that we could try to accommodate some of this. And I know that the admin design review doesn't have the ability to impose a condition upon us. But as the ownership, if the concerns are of what's happened in the alley in the past will continue on that side, we'd be happy to entertain a condition that would say that everything has to be kept behind these closed doors and the closed wall. That being said, once again, thank you, staff, for your continued support. And if there's any questions, myself and Katie Cahill, who's the general manager of the hotel, are here to answer any questions.
So
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just to clarify, so what the condition you'd be open to is where the carport, someone would look at these carports and they would only see the cars within them. Any storage would be behind the barn doors.
Yes, sir.
That's the condition that you would be open to.
Yes, sir. And that's what our proposal has always been.
Okay.
We just wanted to try, because we are a small hotel. And I appreciate the fact that the last speaker had good things to say about the hotel, because I do believe that we've been a good neighbor. And we're trying to clean it up as much as we can, but it is difficult.
And just a follow-up question on one of the previous speakers, and it's kind of a question that I had. It's not necessarily relevant to this appeal because this is not about the the CUP conditions related. So why is it was that the hotel's idea that residents wouldn't be able to use go to the bar or the restaurant at the hotel?
No, that was a condition of approval imposed by the city. And
Okay.
it was, I mean, Anthony could probably speak to it better than I could, but it had to do with parking. I mean, we didn't have enough parking to be able to open up the hotel to the residents. We would love to.
Yeah.
I mean, we've never been opposed to that at all. I mean, it would be great to have it. But that was a condition that was imposed upon us.
Got it.
And so you're a hotel, but you can't do gatherings? Is that?
Well, I don't agree with that summation. I would say that our conditions of approval, when we came forward, the hotel's been there since 1946. When we came forward with this, the CUP was really needed because of the alcohol service. And so our conditions were set forth by the Planning Commission as to what that alcohol service would be. I personally don't think that us, as in business of an operation of a hotel, are in violation of our conditions if we have a gathering there. I mean, specifically to my application when we applied was food and beverage service at the pool, certain amount of time, food and beverage service in the courtyard, food and beverage service up top. So I don't feel that the events that they've shown and calling it events are in violation of our conditions of approval.
Thank you.
But a couple questions. You mean you agree that the condition is that it's limited to registered overnight guests. So you can't have a gathering with, and I don't know one way or another, but you can't have a gathering with people coming to an event who aren't registered overnight
Completely
guests.
agree. And the events that we've had, and it's been pointed out, they're hotel buyouts. So someone has come in and bought all 22 rooms,
Mm-hmm.
and it's their group. We're not bringing anybody from the outside into these events that we've had.
Other question I have is, so what is driving the request for the storage now?
It honestly, it's housekeeping. You know, we don't have space for linens. We don't have space for additional storage, just regular storage. I mean, we don't bring in tables and chairs and all these things. We have what we have on site. I think one of the pictures did show a catering truck, and it was because of the group that came in requested this particular caterer instead of allowing us to do it within our own kitchen.
And what about the appellant's suggestion that you do the storage in the back?
I'd have to look at it, but there is a condition on that because at one time, the previous owners had come forward to build additional rooms on top of those carports. So there's a gap between those carports and the main building that actually dropped down in sort of a trough. And so if you look at the alleyway as you're walking down it, there's not as much headroom space. And then I think it ends up being how far that property line is on the backside, as far as encroaching into that. The same issues that we're faced with on the other side.
But it sounds like you wouldn't be necessarily opposed to it if it were physically doable, the movement in the back? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who are in support of the applicant and therefore opposition to the appeal? You have 3 minutes to speak. Anyone want to speak? No? Okay, so then what I'm going to do is go back to the appellant, and you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I want to say that it can work with the property line, the length of a car, and the storage. That's why that diagram was done by a professional to show that it can be done. My rebuttal.
Loretta, are you talking about, when you said it can be done, are you talking about the other space or
Yes,
the one?
correct, on the alley side. That's correct.
Could we get that slide up again? Is it possible? Can somebody pull that up?
And Michael is correct that there is a drop down. However, about a month ago, they were already starting to enclose that. They had already, and then because they did not have a permit to do it, they were forced to stop, but they were already enclosing that back part for storage.
So where's the, on this diagram here?
So there's another, the next one, go to the, so that shows there.
Here we go.
That's it there, yeah.
So where's the drop down that Michael was concerned about?
It's, you can see it in that dotted line.
Yeah.
But it's not all the way down. They can still store things under there. They have things stored there now.
Excuse me, where's the drop down where the dotted line is above the
See
yellow?
where it says alley side requested? See to the right, that dotted line?
Yeah, okay.
That's it there.
Where the font is.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see on the left, that's their garbage, that's their trash enclosure. So, and the car would be where the red is. So it fits there. It'll protrude like it does on the other side. Or proposed on the other side. Oh, I didn't do my rebuttal.
Can you go back to the previous slide, please?
Oh, okay. So that's the Fairview side on the top part, and the bottom is the alley.
So that drop down comes down roughly 5 feet.
Oh, how far would you say it comes down? You know, I can stand underneath it.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
How tall are you?
About 5'4", but it's not the full length. It's set back. So if they bring the storage forward, they're still going to have to ceiling height in front of it.
I'd like to ask Michael a question.
Okay, so hold on. Let's, did you finish your rebuttal? I don't.
No, I didn't stop.
I don't recall how much time does she have left on the rebuttal before the.
Well, we interrupted her.
Yeah, so
go ahead.
So do you want to go ahead with your rebuttal?
Story.
Okay, yeah, no, I just want to make sure that I'm giving everyone the fair amount of time. So please go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you saying hotels don't need covered parking? The fact the carport will not cover the space is irrelevant. Wrong size parking is a non-issue because it's non-conforming. Obstacles in the way of backup are mitigated by the maneuvering area. These petitions, I forgot them. I've got about 12. The petition signed by every neighbor on Fairview, half of La Brea, and the commercial building directly across the street disagree. We want our promised garages and keep the standards set by the CUP. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the public hearing's still open. Mark, did you say that you had a question for, okay, that's, you emailed those as well, right? Okay, good, we got those, thank you. Mark, did you say you had a question for the applicant?
For Michael.
So you want to call him up?
So Michael, you had mentioned that you seem not to have a problem with doing this project on the other side of the property. What made you decide to choose the side that you that's included in your application?
Well, mostly because of the height issue, getting the extra height inside of those, the bottom two of the carports on the alley side.
Okay, that's what I suspected.
Yeah, it was just more height than anything else.
Okay.
Because also as you go differently on the other side versus on the Fairview side, as you go down the hill, I actually have more height in those garages, the last two garages, the last one being the tallest because of the elevation change and because the second floor where the guest rooms are stay level. And so it's just more space was the reason we chose that side.
Michael, how deep are those spaces? I'm sorry, Mark.
Which ones?
Your storage areas, how deep are they?
I want to say they're 4 feet, 4.5 feet, somewhere around there, depth wise, and then up to 10-foot height, I want to say, in the lowest part of the garage.
Okay.
Further questions for the applicant?
No.
No, okay, thank you. So I'm going to close public testimony on this item. I'm going to bring this back to the council for any further questions of staff.
Does staff have any thoughts as to, I mean, personally, I'd like to see if it could be worked out that they could be moved to the back, but does staff have any concerns about that, or have anything come to mind?
Thanks for the question. We have been looking at this during the meeting here, and what I'll do is bring up the floor plan as a visual aid while I talk the council through it. So during the zoning plan check process, we confirmed that the relocated spaces would not be encroaching into this 5-foot side yard setback. We see here that there is approximately 7.5 feet of clearance from the face of the garage approximately to the property line, and this is along the Fairview side. Shown highlighted here is the proposed 7-foot depth of the applicant's proposed storage areas. And overall, the internal dimension, the depth for the garage is just over 19 feet. Now on the alley side, it might be, this plan doesn't show the property line on that side. So what I'll do is I'll switch over to the site plan. And so again, here, just to orient the council, here we have the Fairview side of the property with the garages. And down on the alley side, we have just over 7 feet of clearance from what looks to be perhaps the back of the striped carport space. Here is the 5-foot side yard setback on the alley side of the property. It's a required setback due to the lot abutting an alley. And what I also wanted to call the council's attention to is the depth of the carport stall, which here the applicant is calling out a 15-foot depth. So from what I can tell here, just due to the location of the rear wall of the carports, there isn't much room to shift those parking spaces to create additional storage area if that 15-foot carport parking space depth is to be maintained, because that parking space, which would move closer in the direction of the alley property line, could only extend an additional 2 feet from what I can see here, in that there is an existing 7-foot setback and a 5-foot setback is required by code.
And is 15 feet the minimum on a compact stall, the 15 foot of length?
That is correct, yes.
What you're saying is it's 15 feet currently, correct? And then you would need 7 feet for storage?
The applicant is proposing
Yes.
7 feet of storage, correct?
So that would take that down to 8 feet covered. And it's too close to the setback, I think is what he's saying.
So I think the storage space would essentially be 2 feet deep on this side of the property, unless you altered the wall, the back wall of the carport to push it further into the property, which I don't happen to know if that would be a feasible design option for the applicant.
Thank you.
I don't know, Mayor, could we have the applicant answer that question?
I'll reopen the, right, public hearing's still open. I'll open public testimony for the applicant to answer the question.
Hi. The way the carports are designed, that would encroach into 3 guest rooms. So that's why I think that there was the problem with that extra 5 foot with the back out spaces per the code.
Okay, are there further questions of staff?
Well, so just to be clear, on going back to the Fairview side, and you get the 15 foot of depth that's left for the compact parking space. So how much is the car going to be protruding out from kind of the wall that's there, the facing wall?
Approximately 3 feet, as measured to the face of the garage door.
Thank you.
3 feet beyond the face of the garage door? Is that right?
Correct, yes.
So could staff just sort of, there was just some testimony, because we're really in this mind, when we do an appeal like this, we're sort of not in a decision maker point of view. We're in a quasi judicial, role where our job is to sort of apply the rules as they are. This would not, I was just looking through our code about what requires design review, and there's nothing there that would trigger design review. Am I right in that?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor. The director, or city staff, I should say, made the determination that although this minor modification to previously approved design review plans could be determined exempt from design review, the director does have the discretion to refer a project to administrative design review. And I would point out for the council that the change to that elevation with the removal of those 3 sets of double wide garage doors, staff felt was significant enough that it merited a public hearing process.
So there's no even it doesn't apply to design review, but there's not even an exemption, or it's not even it's not something that's specifically called out in what is required for admin DR. It's just the fact that there was a, subsection, I think, 3A1 talks about projects normally exempt that are determined by the Community Development Director of Community Development or doesn't need to pose an impact to the neighborhood. That was sort of the basis for this decision to have this go to admin DR.
That is correct, Mayor. There was no design review trigger that matched the applicant's project description.
So then the question would be one of, I think the appellant and raises, good points about from a neighborhood compatibility standpoint, what would in our design, because in admin DR, whether someone likes it or not, it went to admin DR. So then the question becomes about, and I think was in the appeal, she mentions neighborhood compatibility. What can staff provide their analysis on that neighborhood compatibility question?
Absolutely, Mayor. What I would point out is that city staff considered the fact that there are some amount of unconcealed parking within the vicinity. Now, tonight we've talked about carports, but there is also surface parking. Part of staff's analysis also gave consideration to the fact that where this change is occurring is within the commercially zoned portion of the split zoned lot. And commercial uses are not required to provide covered or concealed parking generally.
So if this was a residential use, that would require, the code says you need to have covered parking. If this is a commercial use, there's no such requirement for covered parking.
The code requires covered parking for residential uses. If this commercial use, the parking for the commercial use was on the residential side of the property, the parking could still be satisfied with uncovered parking because the parking requirement is determined based on use rather than the zoning designation over that portion of the lot. But staff considered that this property, although it extends back into the residential neighborhood, that's why it is split zoned. It's along the coast highway side of the lot, which does have that commercial zoning designation. This property and other like zoned commercial properties could provide uncovered parking to satisfy their parking requirements.
And then staff is comfortable with the idea of the, more restrictive condition that would say you can't have any storage that is viewed from the road with this, you can't, so you use the barn doors or whatever to hide the storage, and then there wouldn't be any extra like junk or anything in the carports that restricted, because as is, if this were approved without the restrictive condition, that could be allowed, right?
Staff has no concerns with that condition. It's similar to the city's requirements and expectations for trash storage, which must be concealed from public view. The condition could also clarify that the area beyond the enclosed storage area must be used exclusively for parking, just to put a finer point on that.
And then the pictures that the applicant presented about the alley area, are there like code enforcement? Because I don't think anyone wants it to look like, and it sounds like it's not going to look like that on this side, but is that allowed, pages, just for my understanding, is that something that's like allowed under the current rules of the game, or is that something where there would be a code enforcement issue, like with the trash enclosure that's visible and all of that? On pages 50 through 51.
Give us just one moment.
Yeah, take your
Mayor.
time. Because it seems like right now when you look at page, 53, and it has the pictures of where the garage doors. Oh, is that just cropping? Is that what was done here? On 53? Keep going. I can't tell if those are actual pictures of.
It's taking the page 51.
It's taking from the alley. Got it. Okay. That was well done, because it looks actually like it's because I thought, so I got it. Okay.
I mean, so technically speaking, you could just leave the garage door open, put storage back there and park there.
Provided that there isn't a conflict with required parking spaces, yes.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
could be
if you-
permitted.
You could just, yeah. And then, I'm just thinking about some of my own experiences where I live and where medium and high density housing where I am, and then I'm abut a commercial zone. And, there's just these kinds of conflicts that I notice that come up, right, from time to time, whether it be noise coming in my alley from the activity downtown and people they don't use their garages for automobiles, period. So, yeah. And so is it covered parking for medium density and high density?
That is
Both?
correct.
I can't remember.
With multifamily, starting at 3 units, only 50% of the required parking spaces be covered.
Okay, so that's an interesting point. So even in the part of the property, but that's medium density.
That doesn't apply to commercial.
That would
No,
be
I'm
3 or
saying-
more residential units, and that would be if the property happened to have 3 or more existing units. And so it's not tied to the zoning designation, but to the actual use of the
Okay.
property.
Okay.
So Mark, you were commenting, or I think you said you could just leave the garage doors open. I mean, how do these roll up? I didn't, how do they open? These roll up doors? Five-fold.
Yeah, so you could just open it, pull in and park and leave the garage door open. What I'm wondering, I mean, if I had, I'm fine with the proposed plan personally. If I had, I would like to see the alley side cleaned up and how those spaces are used for partial storage as well.
So maybe, Anthony, did you get an answer on that question I asked earlier about that? Sorry, about is what we're seeing in the pictures of the alley, that is allowed to have like the junk that way?
The municipal code doesn't require that storage be concealed, and so I don't see a municipal
Got
code
it.
violation with
Okay.
what's shown in
Got
the
it.
photo, unless they conflict with the required parking space. So those carports are providing required parking for the hotel use. And if the location of the storage
Got in the way of the
conflicts with the
vehicle.
ability to use those spaces, and that would be a violation. But it's not in any way unpermitted, nor does it require design review or conditional use permit to have
Okay.
storage within a garage.
Matt, did you want to?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to add that, based on my review of the photos, and we obviously have basic nuisance provisions, and it's not uncommon that in commercial operations, sometimes they go beyond the scope of what would be allowed. It'd be difficult to comment just based on the photo, but I would say it certainly warrants a visit, as do many commercial businesses on a proactive basis. But I don't think there's anything prescriptive in the code that we could say conclusively is in violation.
Got it. Yeah, so I guess sort of the challenge that I have here is the fact that if the code said that, you have to have a percentage of covered spaces for commercial, just as you do for residential, I'd be more inclined, I think that would I'd be more inclined to disallow that. But again, I don't want it to look like what we see in the pictures that I'm seeing in terms with the alley. So I really do like the idea of the condition there, or the condition for where you're not going to see anything from the street. You're just going to see the cars that are parked there. And if those garages are in fact used for storage right now, I think this will actually, it would in some ways address the parking. requirement, but I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues up here think. Because I think this is just an interesting, because from a look and feel standpoint, I feel like I do like the idea of it being enclosed. I just don't know that that's the rules of the game that we're playing with here. So I'm interested to hear the perspective of my colleagues.
Is it possible to leave the doors and close them when there aren't cars parked in them? Is that feasible? Could we ask the applicant,
The applicant.
Sure. I don't see why not.
How often do you think there'll be cars in there, though?
But people rarely use the parking on that side anyway, as far as the parking goes, those garages. We rarely get requests for it. Because once again, a lot of people nowadays, as you know, they Uber in, they taxi in, whatever. I mean, we don't have as many cars out there, kind of similar to what we were talking about earlier for Truly Pizza, right?
Yeah.
It's the same kind of thing. And so we certainly wouldn't be opposed to keeping the garage doors there, still building the enclosed
Building the
storage in
storage.
the back. And just,
Okay.
when it's necessary.
I appreciate that.
That seems good.
Mike?
One more.
So you guys have done a great job with the, hotel. I've been watching it over the years, and I'm just wondering if you can at least think of the alley side. And I know how businesses goes, and one thing leads to the next and things start stacking up. But I just don't think that the alley side and the way that you guys are handling it now is really reflective of your image and your brand. And if you guys could take a look at that, I think it would be, at the front of the hotel off Coast Highway looks so nice and clean, and you guys have done such a great job. I'd like to see if you could maybe take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
I'd appreciate it.
Definitely will.
So what I'm hearing is accurate, what we're basically saying is that they're going to keep the doors and then just have another additional enclosed storage area that could be used for storage, that when the garages are used for cars, you wouldn't see the storage. But then otherwise those doors could be closed. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, if there's no cars assigned to those spots, the doors are closed, and if there are, the doors are open. And as you said, all the storage is concealed in the newly constructed areas.
Okay. And then Anthony, what if because I think going back to what one of the neighbors who was in support of the appeal said about, the idea that residents can't just walk over and have, a drink, is that if the applicant wanted to go about that, how would they have to get a parking reduction, or what would the entitlement process be for that?
Sure.
You'd have to
Actually,
do a bunch of calculations and magic with the parking code.
I do seem to recall having that conversation with this applicant back when they were processing their application with the city several years ago now. I think it was their preference to open up a portion of the hotel lobby to the public to be able to serve. And I think it was framed as members from the nearby community who might come over for a cocktail, things like that. But the issue is that would generate additional parking requirements. The property itself probably doesn't have the ability to absorb the additional parking demand that's required by the municipal code. So we would need to look at creative alternatives to satisfy those parking requirements, whether it's off-site parking or some other mechanism, but there would be an incremental increase in the site's parking requirements. And today we just don't have the surplus parking to accommodate that requirement.
And
This sounds like a job for Super Dave's Economic Development Department.
And could that be that, that type of credit that we had before, would that be something that would be available here, or on the Truly Pizza, where you're making the findings that this is not gonna, that whole thing, or that's for outdoor dining, I guess. So that wouldn't apply here,
But does the hotel have any off-site parking?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Because I remember at one point, wasn't there some talk about trying to park across the street? It's where that Moon Goat Coffee was. At some point, I thought they were thinking about parking over there. I don't remember. I mean, I have a vague recollection of that, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think, Sue, what I would suggest is that we since this isn't part of the agenda, is just that we encourage the applicant to go work with Jeremy and the Economic Development Department and see if there are other conditions within the CUP that need attention. It's been a while, even the comment that they said about group gatherings or whatnot.
Yeah. Seems
I think it would be a good opportunity for them to have that discussion.
Okay, so it sounds like, so I'm going to close. Are there further questions for staff? I don't hear any. So let's close the public hearing on this item, bring it back to the council. It sounds like there's sort of a consensus that we would impose two restrictive conditions. One would be that there would be a storage area for I guess, I don't know if we would even call them a carport anymore, for the let's just call them the garage for purposes of this, spaces. And then there would still be a garage door that could be used, that would still be there, so that when when a car is parked there, that would be, is that what I'm hearing from my colleagues?
So when a car is, when a car is there, the door's going to be open. But when there's no car assigned to it, then the applicant will keep the doors closed.
Yeah.
And for the storage, there'll be no storage in the visible area when the door is open. All the storage will be in the newly constructed behind the barn door space.
Yeah. So there'll be one of two things happening. The door will be closed and there won't be a car in there, or the door will be open, there will be a car in there, and you won't see any storage. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion on that?
I move what you just said.
Did you get that? Those two restrictive conditions?
Is that a good motion?
That's an excellent motion.
I'll second what you just.
So for clarification, we're adopting the resolution and the staff report with those two additional restrictive conditions.
You're
Yeah.
taking
Is that-
option 2, right? To modify the resolution to include more restrictive conditions.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I move what Megan said then.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thanks, everyone. I think that actually will look better for everyone involved, so appreciate the collaboration. Okay, let's take should we do a break? Let's do a 5-minute break. Okay, so we are going to consider business item 17, which is the adoption of the fiscal year 25-26 budget, along with other things as listed on the agenda item title. So I'm going to let's open the public hearing on this and then have a staff presentation from Assistant City Manager Gavin Kern.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Yes, Gavin Curran, Assistant City Manager. I also have Shannon Espinoza, our Finance Manager. And tonight, number 17, the budget adoption, approval of the MOU with the MEA, and revisions to the 24-25 budget, and a number of other items I'll talk about throughout the presentation. Things we'll cover: proposed budget, some key efforts, some recommended actions, MOU modifications. I'll talk a little bit about some actions the ad hoc committee is working on, and then get to the recommendations. Just to talk about the changes, and these are changes to the budget that were discussed at the budget workshop. We're just coming back to the council to formalize these as modifications to the proposed budget. And I'll go through them real briefly, but these are all in a table in the agenda report. They're also listed in your attachment A in a little more detail, and I'll walk through a few of them through the next couple of slides. Just going on the table, you can see that on the general fund, there was an available fund balance in the proposed budget of $181,000. We're recommending several changes. One is increase in the sales tax. We got a little bit more information from our consultants, so we're going to increase it by $20,000. The next item is increasing in those community development and other revenues. That's at $539,000 that the council approved with the fee increases. There's some other changes: decreasing contractual services for the clerk. We don't need an election next year, so we're taking that out of the budget. This is for 2025, I should say. Decrease in IT personnel, removing a position from the budget itself, one IT system analyst position, and using contract services to cover it. So it's removing both the money and an FTE from the budget. Increase community development contractual services. So $90,000 we're asking for more, and that's to cover contracts, consultant services for historic inventory and landscaping consultant. Increases to city attorney's budget. That really is just a correction. We didn't put enough in for some of the personnel once we went back through, so we want to increase that by about $39,000. Community development personnel, strategic alignments. This is really a shift, kind of reclassifying kind of lower level positions to more higher level positions, kind of moving forward with a lot of the goals that community development has. We're making those changes. There's no change in positions or number of positions, just we're going to be hiring higher level positions for some vacancies already in place. And then contingency for unplanned events. We're just setting aside a little more money for things that we haven't anticipated, and we're trying to put some money aside for those that $400,000. So what this table kind of shows is we started with an available fund balance for the general fund, and that fund balance sheet of 181. We're working our way down, leaves another 54,000. And one thing I wanted to add, it wasn't on the table in the report, but we wanted to add another appropriation for $10,000 for those CERT backpacks, those emergency backpacks. It was inadvertently admitted from the budget, and we want to add that back. So that's an additional change. That wasn't on the table, but I wanted to mention it here, and that brings that 54,000 to 44,000. So changes to other funds, again, more detail in your attachment A. Just real briefly, additional funding for a vehicle replacement for detectives, $171,000 for that appropriation. Decrease in the parking fund, actually some good news. We did some duplicate charges. We went back and reviewed the proposed budget. You'll see that in lines 2, lines 3, and lines 4. Some duplicate charges, saving about $114,000 in parking. We had a correction to rents and leases in the transit fund, which lowers the cost of the transit fund, which lowers the transfer from the parking fund to the transit. So you see that there. And then we had just some reclassifications we didn't note in the proposed that we just modeled. These are more just corrections. For example, on 5, it's utility worker 1 to a technician, or utility worker 1 to utility worker 2. So those are adding that $29,000 and $62,000 to the budget. And then we did a reclass in the insurance fund. We're just looking to increase from an admin analyst to a management analyst for our risk management position, just because of the qualifications needed to perform those duties. And again, it just goes through kind of what were all the changes in total from and lists those and ongoing at one time. Just some of the key efforts in 25, 26. I know we talked about these at the budget workshop. We're just going to kind of highlight them again. We have the wildfire mitigation and fire safety, $3.9 million set aside. Work use is still be determined, but we're working with the ad hoc committee to get back to council with what that funding will be used for. Fuel modifications bids coming back soon. Basically need a remix of tools and the toolbox for that. And of course, the Laguna Canyon Road decision on relinquishment letter pending, and it's just how and how quickly that undergrounding may happen. Other priorities that we talked about was adaptability, being very responsive to that economic uncertainty. And, we had that tiered approach we talked about at the workshop. Community development, again, to maintain the momentum that we have put together for 24, 25 into 25, 26. And you saw on the previous table how we were kind of addressing some of those. And kind of building an advanced planning team still needs some updating as well. Public Works, obviously preparing Fire Station number 4, Promenade, the wastewater master plan, and there's more. And then, of course, earlier today, we talked about the facility master's plan and some prioritizing some projects in there. Parking, we're looking at, of course, increasing rates, more parking meters in South Laguna. Of course, Coastal Commission will be involved in that as well. And then revenue measures as well, I'll talk about when I get to the ad hoc committee, the revenue enhancements. So other recommended actions, and I probably can move through this one a little more quickly. Community development, the council already approved those fee increases, so I won't go into those. But this is, on the other side is the Municipal Employees Association MOU. We're asking the council to approve that tonight. This is with your miscellaneous, what I call miscellaneous staff, which are municipal employees. The duration of that MOU is a 15-month contract, so it's July 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026. And there's a correction to one of the recommendations, which I'll talk about when I get to the end of the presentation. It's just an error we need to make in the recommendation for this MOU. The salary increase is 3.5% beginning July 1st, 1.5% July 1st, 2026. The holiday closure agreed to is the 3 days between Christmas and New Year's. And the cost of this contract, which is already part of the proposed budget, was $923,000 over 2 years. So the first year has already been incorporated in the proposed budget. So there's no appropriation action necessary for the council's approval in this item. So modifications to the 24-25 budget, and we bring these items back. We do take a look at where we are in the current fiscal year to see if we need to make any final changes before the fiscal year ends, just in a few short, basically a short week. The item that was brought by, and then all the departments take a look at their budgets, and the item that was brought forward was asset forfeiture. This is money set aside specifically for police improvements. And so we're asking the council to appropriate that funding in 24-25 so the police department can purchase some equipment that's kind of listed out in the agenda report, but it's handgun, red dot, optic sighting systems. So that's what they're trying to use the funding for. So we're asking the council to approve that appropriation tonight so that funding can be used for those purchases. So I just want to take a few minutes to talk about the Revenue Enhancement Ad Hoc Committee. This is Councilmember Whalen and Mayor Pro Tem Orgel. And so just to kind of give the council an update of what the ad hoc committee is looking at, it's really to identify revenue enhancement strategies, including a potential ballot measure for November of 2026 to support general city services and programs such as the stewardship program, additional funding for wildfire mitigation and fire safety, infrastructure programs like undergrounding improvements, facilities master plan funding for that, other services and infrastructure maintained by the general fund. So looking at additional revenue sources that could help pay for some of these programs. And so some things just to talk about. So there are council-approved, non-voter approved strategies. So these are revenue enhancements the council has done or that are non-voter approved, don't require voter approval. Of course, the Tourism Marketing District, the council has done some parking traffic enforcement enhancements, has approved those. Obviously, the economic development plan that's kind of been talked about, at least throughout this evening a little bit. Increasing community development fees, the council just recently approved those, adding more revenue to the general fund. And other cost-saving measures, and we talked about these at the workshop, performance measures, and then, of course, that response to economic uncertainty to make really changes if we don't see the economy improving or actually going in the opposite direction. And then a council, of course, exploring other non-approved approved strategies, non-voter approved, increasing parking rates that may require the Coastal Commission approval, increasing meters in South Lagoon I mentioned earlier, and then other implementing cost-saving measures citywide, the city's trying to do, city council is trying to do. The ad hoc as well looks at all those strategies, but also is looking at a potential voter-approved revenue measure that could include a sales tax measure, a transient occupancy tax measure, a business license tax measure. So those things are also being looked at. The ad hoc committees doing those, looking at those as well. And things I wanted to mention as we move forward into next year, the ad hoc committee is also looking at moving forward with potentially looking at a potential ballot measure in 2026, a ballot measure or ballot measures, depending on how many the council may consider wanting to do for next year. The committee studies options to fund, again, I'll list those, but the stewardships, the wildfire, Laguna Canyon infrastructure projects with the facilities master plan. And then the committee's looking to do a community a survey. It's coming soon, looking to do that, launching it in September 2025, just shortly after the summertime is over. Ask the community about potential revenue measures they may be interested in to pay for a lot of the things the council is interested in moving forward with. The survey is also going to be focused on just understanding the community's priorities and, of course, if they're receptive to raising taxes to help fund a lot of these programs that do require a lot of funding to complete. And the summary recommendations, and I'll walk through these just real briefly, and then there's some, just I want to mention the change. So tonight we're asking the council to approve the city budget for 25-26, and this is with the modifications that are outlined in Exhibit A, and it's listed in those tables throughout the report. And of course, the $10,000 we're asking the council to approve for the CERT backpacks. Approve the MOU with the Municipal Employees Association. That's also included in the agenda packet as well. Approve salary schedules for the city employees, and these include all the labor agreed to increases. Those are in the salary schedules, as well as a 3.5% increase for the management and department heads that match what's being proposed for the municipal or agreed to with the Municipal Employees Association. Also, we're asking the council to approve the community assistance grants. So Councilmember Kemp, Councilmember Jones went through the list, and this is on page 89 of your staff report. Lists all the awards or recommendations for community assistance grants. We want to make sure the council approves those as well. Approval of the cultural arts grants. Those start on page 91. Those were previously approved by the Arts Commission. So they're making that recommendation to the council to approve. Approve budget changes for 24-25, that's the asset forfeiture that I had listed. And then also approve the appropriations limit for 25-26. And I'll actually walk through what that is just as I get to the end of this slide here. Provide direction on the city clerk and city treasurer's salary performance. So the council already has a resolution in place, which provides for the cost of living increase for both positions. So they get the 3.5%, and that's by resolution. And then the council can do, in addition to that, a salary increase or performance pay. It's up to the council's discretion beyond that. And then number 9 is authorize the city manager to make vehicle or fleet purchases that are already approved by the council in the budget. They're listed in the budget itself. And they will be competitively bid. So they'll follow our purchasing procedures. Instead of just going to council for approval, they'll go to the city manager for approval. And I just want to talk briefly just about the GAN limit. I know I've gotten a few questions about that. The GAN limit itself, for the council's benefit, it really is a limit that it's basically limits what you can appropriate from tax proceeds. And tax proceeds for the county is your property tax, your sales tax, and your sales tax, and utility users tax, TUT taxes, anything that's tax related. And so for us, our limit is set as 84 million. That's the GAN limit the council approved to that, at roughly 84 million. We get about 83 million in tax proceeds, so we're obviously below the limit. There's other things that will lower your limit, and those would include any money the city spends on capital improvements. So when I say the city gets 83 million in tax revenues, that's what's included in the budget. You can reduce that amount by how much we spend on capital improvements. So when we say we're well below the limit, we say we've gotten the 83 million plus less all of the funds we use toward capital improvements to lower the limit. And that's how we get below that limit. And so what would happen if we ever did exceed that? The council would have, I think, a year or a little more than that to kind of resolve that issue, meaning spend it more on capital improvements or other things, or decide to refund. But obviously, we're not close to that limit, so that's not a concern for tonight. But I thought I would just explain that a little bit of what that limit really does. And so the last, I do have slides in the detail. I won't go through those, but I did want to point to recommendation number 2, which in the report, it talks about a 2-year agreement, but that is incorrect. What we want the council the recommendation to be is to between the city to approve the memorandum of understanding between the city and Municipal Employees Association for a 15-month agreement from July 1st, 2025 through September 30th of 2026. It's correct throughout the report. It's just incorrect in the recommendation itself, and I apologize for that. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Yeah, I have a question,
Go ahead,
Gavin. On page 5 of 7, where we talk about the cultural arts grants, I see it's funded through funded for 300,000. Did we move up their amount from 240 to 300? Because I thought, one of the things that they were upset about when we did when we allocated the money, that we cut them short. Do you remember that? So we had whatever the 5 categories.
I had a similar question, but I think I know the answer. Maybe Gavin can confirm. Because your community assistance grants are based in arrears, so it's based on the current fiscal year number. The cultural arts funding, I believe, used the budget for 25-26, which is the 3 million, which we all saw in the LBTD, just the tourism marketing district discussion. So I guess I had that question, but I guess if it doesn't come in at that level, what happens? I guess we've already paid the money. I mean,
Well, Gavin, it's based on a percentage, right? So that money would increase just by the fact that the revenue increased.
well, no, these are grant recommendations. These are hard
I
dollars,
know, but
right? It's not, so your grant amount to like Coast Film Festival is not going to get more money if we collect more TOT. They're going to get this grant, but if we collect less than 300,000 or 3 million.
We paid too much. Or yeah, we're giving way too much.
So I think too, and I'll say yes, the council lowered this particular category to $240,000. So this should have been, I think the Arts Commission approved it prior to that change, and it came in at 300. But the budget for next year is 200. It's been reduced. It's the budget in total is 3 million for the tourism district, but the piece to the cultural arts funding should only be 240, because what we do is once the budget's approved, the checks get sent shortly thereafter, July 1st. So this should be, and it may be, I apologize, this probably should go back to the Arts Commission to reorganize or go back with the corrected budget of 240 and decide what the appropriation should be.
But are we saying that the subcommittee's already done the allocation?
The subcommittee does the community assistance.
Okay.
So that's perfectly fine. That's good.
All right.
It's the cultural arts funding that gets approved first by the Arts Commission. And so the Arts Commission, I think, approved the 300, but with the appropriation going down to 240, it should be correct. It should be corrected because we issue checks. Once the council approves it, we'll issue the checks at 230. Aside from that, yes, if the revenues go up, you may hit these targets, but if they go down, then you may have allocated funding above what the revenue is.
I guess I'm a little confused on it because I know for the community assistance grants and the money that goes to the art museum and the Playhouse and LCAD, it's all in arrears. It's all based on money we collected, right? Or we already have in the bank. So why would the cultural arts funding be prospective? What if we don't make the 240?
So, and maybe this is where, if you don't make the 240, we would come back the next year with a correction, meaning we'll budget what we think it's going to be less what we need to correct from either from if we don't make the target, which is rare, but there are years, I think in recessionary periods, you might not hit the budget target. So there would be a correction. So in this case, you could budget the 300, but next year in 26, 27, we would come back with 300 less whatever you didn't, but if they didn't make the target, meaning the revenue didn't make the target.
So are you saying we could approve this budget as is with 300 and then direct the Arts Commission to decrease their grant funding to 240 and hope that we come in $60,000 under budget because we think that that's what the revenue is going to equal? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm just saying there's options to, and when I say correct, you're correcting the next year, right? I would say this one where the council reduced it to 240, it's one where you may want to consider that the Arts Commission may need to take another look at this because looking at this list, I wouldn't know what to reduce to get you to the 240.
You could also pay out 85%, say that's 85% and then catch it up at the end of the year.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little nervous about how folks are going to react to that are expecting. If they attended the Arts Commission meeting, they're expecting this amount. The higher amount.
Yeah, and the Arts Commission approved this on March 24th, so obviously well before the council had made the changes to the the marketing and tourism marketing district.
I do have that couch cushion change amount, the $400,000 that I was plugging in because it's kind of problem solving money. Arguably, we could assign 60,000 of that to that. If council support of that, unless you're ready to go with I feel a little bit bad if folks are expecting the money and we're going to go back and say, you can't get
I
it.
feel really bad about it. And in fact, I feel like it's my fault because I didn't bring it up.
So why don't we take 60,000 of the 400,000 and assign it to that?
And I'm sorry, what's the 400,000 you
I carved out. Councilmember Whalen has not asked me a question about it yet, though. So he still could have that in his mind of questioning.
The question
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's for what comes up during the year that we didn't expect. So here's something I didn't expect.
Well, I wonder, I don't know, Mark, what you think about this. I mean, I kind of agree we should keep figuring out a way to do the 300, but rather than taking out of that pot, we've also got, remember, we've got 240,000 of unallocated money that's coming to the city under the, the tourism marketing district. I'd rather keep it in the tourism marketing district column.
I see what you're saying.
Column than your 400 general fund column.
Yeah.
I would be comfortable with that.
Megan, remind me. Oh, that pot is solely up to the city's discretion, correct?
The $240,000 is up to the city's discretion, but has to be used in compliance with the plan and the act. But this would be in compliance because it's an already budgeted item. So you're just putting more money into it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And then I have another question. So it looks like we're not going to get any more paid parking in South Laguna this summer, or are we?
Not this summer unless we can pull off one of the lots that we've been working on. But the Coastal Commission timing is just too, and our own timing is too backed up.
We'll be ready for next summer.
Yeah, the other thing too, Caltrans isn't done yet, so
I know.
they wouldn't have. I worry they wouldn't have approved our pay station program either without being done.
You got so many cooks in the kitchen.
What about the fire station lot? Do we make any progress on that? The fire station 4?
For how we left that, Mark or Alexis?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not demoed yet.
Someone to demo it, a lot is available.
Yeah.
Could be used.
Yeah, so
When's it getting demoed?
When's it getting demoed?
We demoed that.
are the stakes down?
They
No.
are not, but we have, the demo, it's a separate contract, so we're putting that out, we have to do public bid
Okay.
on that. And so the thought was to demo afterward, because demoing the building doesn't increase the amount of available parking based on infrastructure that's there. So the parking lot
Right.
can be used as is.
So I'll talk with Public Works and with Alexis about that.
That's good.
Yeah.
I mean,
So we make people pay.
Yeah.
Good.
stepping back, David, do you have concerns from just a long-term, and I know we're going to hear more about the revenue enhancements, but just from a cost perspective, do you have any concerns about our long-term costs? And I know there is sort of direction to look at opportunities for cost savings in the budget. Did that yield anything? And do you have any ideas about how we could go about, because I know one of the things that's mentioned in the staff report and in the PowerPoint is the idea of just finding more efficiencies and cost savings
Sure.
over time. How do you have any thoughts on that? And
Anne Marie, could you toss up my PowerPoint that I sent over about 4:30-ish? It's just 2 slides. So the mayor asked me to, he was in a public session, to kind of summarize what are the largest contracts by, so I'm answering part of your question, Mr. Mayor. What are the largest contracts by department? And you see a number of them jump out at you. The one that is the biggest is the LAS parking one. And I do think, as we talked about at the budget workshop, we should try to right size our programming there. So whether it's different quantities of trolleys going around at different seasons. I know we adjust now, but we may have to look at this more in the long term, because there's a lot of city subsidy in that regard. So that's something I'd look at. There's a handful of other things on here too that I think we can look at more closely as the year goes on. The other things, when I look at our long-term fiscal sustainability, I really do look at community development, and it's not that we, you folks were increasing the fees and the subsidy today, but if we can improve that process, we can right-size that department. And I don't mean letting anybody go. I mean, just through natural attrition and getting to a place where we're a normal-sized city's community development department, and because we're still spending an awful lot of money on that. So if you take a little bit of trolley adjustment, a little bit of community development adjustment, and then more parking revenue, I mean, I think I can start to build a picture that would start to fund things more for the long term.
I really like that process mapping that you did. And, maybe we just do more, instead of doing lean, which I've been trying to leave you alone while you're doing your thing, but maybe we just do more process mapping. I mean.
Yeah.
And that
I think we
that
can
would
find
help.
lots of ways to improve
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you just move to the next slide, the total of these contracts, and this is $12 million, and a lot of them are really good, important things that we do, but I think we can continue to have a dialogue. I mean, Public Works is doing a lot of things by contract, which is great. But if push ever came to shove, we could look at kind of what we're doing when with some of those. So that's the purpose of these slides, just to give you a picture of what those look like. I want to start including them in the budget document anyway, because it's good for the public to know.
thank you.
Yeah, I think kind of along the lines of the bigger picture, like Alex was mentioning, I think we got to a pretty good place with this budget, but it was solved because was really solved because we took $1.5 million, that would have been normally in CIP and put it over in operations. And, so that in my mind, that's kind of we don't want to, it would be,
No.
with the facilities needs we have, right? We'd
Right.
like to not do that. So that's sort of, we have to make up that gap to get back toward the ground zero. But with some of the, and we haven't put dollars to them, but with that slide that Gavin had, the council has taken, we have done a fair number of things already that are, and have in motion some others that are going to add a significant amount of revenue, I think, that are non-voter approved. So that's a good thing.
Okay, so unless there's further questions of staff, I think I already opened the public hearing, and so let's have some public testimony on the proposed budget. If anyone who's made it to 9:30 wants to provide that testimony, now is your time to do so.
I don't know what this means, that I'm the only one to speak, but Ed Almanza with Laguna Ocean Foundation. I'm here just to thank the city and community for supporting us continually in all respects, the community assistance grant, our work on implementing visitor management, just the collaborative discussions we have with staff, the work that the city manager has done to bring us the Regional Water Quality Control Board funds. And so just thank you for that. We want to restate our commitment to partner with the city in stewardship matters. The summer is here now and the crowds are here. So we kind of need to know what funds we have available now as opposed to in the future. So that's kind of an urgent question for us because we need to get boots on the ground. So maybe somebody can shoot me an email or something soon so we can start to allocate funds. But I
plugged in 100,000. It would start July 1.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I hope I've been candid about that. I think.
Okay.
And as Ed's mentioning too, we did apply for a supplemental environmental project or an SEP with the regional board that is transitioning some penalty money associated with a wastewater spill back to the community. And there's about $50,000 in that, which would it won't come right away, but it'll supplement the 100,000 and get more coverage of our tide pools.
So we're grateful for all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public speakers? No, nobody else wants to speak. Okay, then let's close public testimony on this. Are there any further questions of city staff on this budget?
I just had one on recommendation number 9. Gavin, what you put up on the screen is a little different than what's in the report, the agenda bill. And I don't know if that was, so this is the authorize the city manager to approve. I think you had vehicle/fleet purchases, and this says capital assets/equipment purchases over 75,000. So what are we trying to do with that number 9? Are we?
It should be vehicle and fleet. So vehicles are the same thing as fleet, but yeah.
It should be vehicles. I apologize. It should be vehicles and fleet over 75.
So it's not like, I originally thought maybe it was any like equipment or any.
Right. I hadn't gone that far with a power grab.
Okay.
Yeah. But this is like let's say we're buying 3 trucks for Public Works and we've competitively bid them. The thought was if they're in the budget, competitively bid, they don't have to come back to council. You're giving that authority this time.
So we'd go with the one that Gavin had on the screen.
That's right.
That number 9. Okay.
So no further questions of staff? And we'll work through all this list in a second once we close the public hearing. If not, I don't see any. So let's close the public hearing on this item. And then, so council, it seems like the only modification that I heard in terms of the budget is related to what Dave, you raised with your fund that you have. Is that something that needs to be just got contemplated in this budget here, or is that something that you are able to do because we're appropriating that money already?
It's already in the proposed budget as amended.
We don't need to really address that action that Sue raised because that'll be addressed through you.
Sorry, which one did Sue raise?
About the Arts Commission.
Oh, no, right. I think that you should add that to your recommendation.
As part of the budget?
Right.
Okay, so I think that's the only change for recommendation 1 for the budget, right? Is to allocate, what's the fund that you have, Dave, called? Yeah, the $60,000 from, what's your fund called?
I thought the call was not to bring it from that fund, the unallocated expense fund, let's call it that. It was,
Unallocated expense to cultural arts.
no, I think
Sorry.
I think the discussion was about taking it from the city discretionary TMD funds.
Oh, got it. Okay,
So, yeah,
so from the TMD,
The
city
240.
discretionary funds
Yeah.
to the $60,000 to the cultural arts.
that's
fund.
right.
Are there any other changes to the budget beyond that as it relates to recommendation 1?
And you have the the $10,000 for the backpacks, and you have, that's all, that's being one also, right? Yeah.
Okay, and then and then the memorandum of understanding, this was previously negotiated, so I don't think anyone has any issues there, right? I don't see anyone saying there's an issue. So, and then the salary range is number 3. I think we're all in the same, we're good there, okay? And then number 4, good work by Sue and Hallie. I don't have any issues with your recommendations. Does anyone else have any, issues or questions on that for the ad hoc? Gavin?
Thank you for doing it.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I just want to go back. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure on number 2, just to make sure it's what was presented was that just the term is for the 15-month agreement from July 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2026. So just make sure that change is noted.
Oh, instead of 2-year.
Yeah, not a
Okay.
2-year, it's a 15-month agreement.
Got it.
So, yep.
Okay. And then, so no changes to the community assistance grants, and then the cultural arts grants, we don't need to actually change that. The only change is related to recommendation 1 for the budget, which we just talked about. And then number 6, budget changes for that one. I think we're good there unless anyone has an issue. And then number 7, the appropriations limit. And then number 9, the capital. So let's just so what I would do is I would make a motion to have items 1 through 8 and then number 9. And then as part of recommendation 1, that would be reallocating $60,000 from the TMD discretionary city fund to the cultural arts fund, making sure we have the $10,000 for the backpacks. Did I get that right? The CERT backpacks. And then as it relates to recommendation 2, specifying that the MOU is 15 months, not 2 years. So I would make that motion.
And then,
Just-
Mayor, your number 9 has got the
Oh,
language,
to change that to
vehicle fleet.
Vehicle replacement.
vehicle fleet. Okay. And then Hallie?
Just as a point of clarification, you said 1 through 8 and number 9, you mean 1 through 7.
1 through 7 is what I
and
meant, sorry. 1 through 7 and number 9. And then with those changes as I just described.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Whalen. So all in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, then the outstanding question is about providing direction on salary and performance pay for the city treasurer and city clerk, and direct the city manager to modify the salary schedules to reflect those actions. So is this Aggie, is this something that you would want to, or I don't know, does anyone have questions of Aggie or?
So as I understand it, Aggie circulated a memo to us all this afternoon or emailed us some information. There's the automatic increase for cost of living. It's not discretionary, that's done. And both the city treasurer and the city clerk are at the top of their range. So there's no base pay adjustment. It comes down to EPP, employee performance pay, right? That's the decision we have to make. Is that right? Aggie's shaking her head yes. Okay.
Yes, Councilmember Whalen, that's correct.
And that's up to 5%, right?
That is correct.
And then I have a question for the city manager or for you, Aggie, depending who knows it, but EPP is, pay is available to, management up to 5%. What's the typical, or is there a typical range that you'd say, Dave, or Aggie, for the management team? I'm sure it scales up to 5 and then probably, but is there a kind of a typical point or more?
Yeah, do you know off the top of your head? I have a gut sense, but I haven't put any science behind it.
Gut sense is typically somewhere between 3 to 5%. As an example, to the city manager tonight, you awarded a 3% EPP payment. Goes up to 5 in regular circumstances for those individuals who are at the top of their range. There are extraordinary circumstances where a management employee could get 10%.
Thank you.
Can you give us an example? You say top of the range. Can you give us specific numbers or how close we are to that top range?
For the city clerk and city treasurer, they are currently at the top of their range.
They're at the top of their range, but they still get COLA, right?
They will get
Yeah, so
the
they get
3.5%
COLA.
COLA, correct?
So we went through this, was it last year we went through this?
Yeah, we do it annually.
Well, anyway, there was a meeting that we had that we were concerned that they were at the low end. And then we brought them up to, I think, to kind of make a course correction on that. Do you remember that?
Yes, last year, management employees received a 4% COLA. The city clerk received an additional 5% added to her base pay with no EPP awarded. And that resulted in 9% increase to her base pay for that year.
Because she wasn't at the top of her range at the time, and now she is at the top of her
I
range.
think she requested, isn't it true, Anne Marie? You requested that it go into your base pay versus EPP, right? Isn't that what we did?
It was wisely recommended by Councilmember Whalen.
Well, because you weren't at the top of your range, though.
Correct. So what Aggie's saying is that now that I'm at the top of the range, the 5% is more typical since I'm at the top. Whereas if you're not at the top, then you might get less than 5%, but you could get a bump in your range. Is that what you were saying, Aggie? Did I characterize that correct? Anyway, it's discretionary up to you guys regardless, whether I get any or I get 5%. Personally, I think I'm the best city clerk the city has ever seen. So obviously you should give me the most that you feel comfortable.
Don't ask Anne Marie a question directly.
And so typically when you do EPPs, there's a performance review as part of that.
Typically, there is. There are typically performance metrics and an evaluation of those.
That's what makes me a little bit uncomfortable with this whole process is that we don't have performance reviews. We don't have performance metrics with these elected positions. So it's a situation I haven't been in before in terms of evaluating, exceptional performance bonuses basically without that backup.
When we're not in the position to provide the management over them.
Correct.
I have recommended before to Mayor Renagi when he was council member that it shouldn't necessarily be performance for us. It should be more like you are evaluating our duties and how they compare to other functions. And so I'm prepared to show you where I am on the city's management scale compared to the other directors and managers. I can show you where I am on other county clerks. I can show you where I am for the state. So if that helps you make decisions based on, call it pay, whatever you call it is a terminology at this point to me, if that makes you more comfortable.
So what you're
Can you
describing
put city council on that graph as well?
What you're describing
We didn't investigate
are they part of the class and comp study, Anne Marie or Aggie? Is what because what she just described was basically the idea that the class and comp of like looking at what other jurisdictions are paying a position.
The class and comp study, Mayor, is not considering elected positions, only for full-time employees.
Got it.
I think this is all very odd coming from the private sector because we always gave, people got COLA and it would vary, right? And then EPP would be for only people who were, exceptional performers. And there was, I didn't give it out to that many people because you had to truly be exceptional and you had to meet all your goals and objectives and exceed those.
And it's not every year.
And it's not every year. So, it's just, it's just an odd, very odd arrangement because we're kind of treating people as if they're employees, but they're elected officials. We get treated like electeds, which I'm fine with, but it's just a little odd. It's also uncomfortable, I think, but. I have a recommendation for Anne Marie. So my recommendation would be to give 3% like what we gave to Dave. And then she gets her 3.5% COLA or whatever, 6.5.
I would support that. And I would also recommend that we give the treasurer the same 3%.
I'm just going to take an ideological stand here. I don't believe in exceptional performance pay for elected officials. I think, Anne Marie, I agree with you that about the classification thing. And I wonder, Aggie, can we involve the city clerk position as part of the classification study?
For the record, Laura has asked a couple of times to do the same thing, and I said no because she's elected. So I don't want to leave that out there without that being addressed.
But if it's based on their duties of how many hours they're supposed to be working, what's the downside of that?
I don't know that there's a downside. It's not how we envision the class and comp study because it's difficult, especially in Laura's position. It's difficult to comp that one. What do you compare it to? It's a little bit more common to compare city clerk offices because they're usually full-time jobs.
Yeah.
And they're either appointed or elected. Laura's is more unique.
I just think exceptional performance pay and a class and comp is a different thing and sort of two separate things where you need different information for each of them. We don't really have the information for performance pay.
And I wasn't suggesting class and comp.
No, but I get what you're suggesting because there is an inequity. I see what you're saying. I'm just saying that I don't know that arbitrarily giving a certain amount of EPP addresses what you're describing, which is a structural problem in how your salary range is calculated.
What does, how do salary ranges get adjusted? Can we not adjust the salary range?
You could choose to adjust the salary range. The council can choose to do that. I
Instead
think
of calling it EPP, we could adjust the salary range.
So yeah, arguably we could do that outside of the class and comp.
correct.
Right. Okay. And to kind of get where you're trying to go. We could do comparison cities that have either role. We'll have different comparisons for different roles and bring that back to you. So did you want to see that before you made a decision? I guess that's what.
Well, there might be support for, I just don't like the idea of doing EPP arbitrarily for elected officials when we're not in a position to provide oversight and do a performance review as we did with you, right? We had a very rigorous performance review. That was the basis for our, exceptional performance pay. And I just don't think that we have that information to make that. So, but I hear what Anne Marie is saying from the perspective of what her class and comp should be based on other jurisdictions. I just don't know that this is the right way to be addressing that issue.
I agree with you. I think I'd be more comfortable adjusting salary ranges rather than the tool that we have at our disposal tonight. So I don't know that we're going to get to that point tonight. So I guess the options in front of us are we go with EPP, we decide not to make a decision on this aspect tonight until you come back to us with a report of some sort, or we decide just to go with straight COLA.
Well, I think gathering the information to look at a salary range adjustment makes sense. It sounds like Anne Marie's done some work. I don't know if Laura has some information, but is this something that we could come back at the July and we could make it retro to July 1?
You could also, if you wanted to approve the COLA and then make the other one retro if you decide to do one. That way folks are not going.
Well, the COLA is automatic, right?
Yeah.
So we
COLA is
should approve
automatic.
that.
Okay.
We should approve that.
Yes, the COLA will go into effect July 1st.
Yeah.
All right.
And so what would we be coming back and talking about salary ranges?
Whether we want to make an adjustment to the salary range for either or both positions, right? Which is not awarding EPP. It's because we don't have performance reviews. It's just based on other information from other.
Well,
So like a city.
fine for the city clerk. For the city treasurer, we're still doing the investigation on what the job should actually be.
So
The basis of comparison is not there because it's all over the map. You get some people making a lot of money and you got some people making
Well-
little money I don't see that applicable.
Oh, but Sue, we're going to get the hours of what the government code requires for that. And then we would look at the comps for like, let's say it's, I don't know, 15 hours. We would look at the comps for what does the city treasurer make for, however many hours a week. That to me seems like an appropriate way to do this approach as opposed to one where we're just arbitrarily increasing EPP. Because I just think we should be basing especially when you have an elected, when the county, whenever they have like when the district attorney wants to do a raise or whatever, it's based on what are the other positions that are comparable and in the duties that are comparable for jurisdictions. So I just think that's a better approach.
I don't think that the information is, I think that the information would be valuable, don't you, Sue? Just to have something. Instead of we're just kind of.
I just think otherwise we're doing it
blind here.
arbitrarily, and I don't want to make arbitrary decisions.
Yeah, so a city clerk has a prescribed set of duties. She goes to training for that. That's her prescribed.
40 hours a week,
Right.
every day job.
40 days, 40 hours. So you could actually, I guess you can compare to other cities and see
Yeah,
what they actually
that's
pay.
what I'm saying.
Basically, the job's the same, the training's the same. Our little weird nuances that we have around here, which we have. The treasurer is not that way.
Well, there's-
Until we figure out
Yeah.
until we do our process, finish our process mapping and work with the treasury with the treasury
Yeah.
consultants. And we don't really know what the baseline is.
Agreed.
When you refer to little nuances that we have around here, are you suggesting that Anne Marie is performing duties that aren't typical for?
No, we just, how Laguna Beach, we just do some little odd things here and there. Just the way we do it.
There's nuances with every
Yeah.
municipality. So
Yeah.
the city clerk's job varies from municipality to municipality, but you're expected to. So I'm comfortable with comparing me to the other municipalities. What I had shown on one of these is, and again, I'm happy to provide this to you guys to consider it later, is also the number in their office, how many people they have in their office and where we lie. So, here I am for Laguna Beach with the other Orange County. But I also wanted to show this is where I am as far as management in the city is. So I'd like the city council to keep that in mind also is I am a department head of 2 people, but I do have the duties I have as city clerk and I'm down here on the management cycle. So I think you have some flexibility if you choose to. Either way, I'm not arguing one way or the other. I'm just giving you the information.
I think it's all persuasive information, what you're providing. It's just, I don't know, this is the context to do it. I think it should be a classification study of looking at your duties compared to, what they do in others, jurisdictions.
That's a call for you to make, but I don't know what that cost is going to be for what you already have underway and whether, obviously, that's for the council to decide. I'll be here anyway.
Well, that's not the class and comp study is not when's it supposed to be done? September or something?
We could just do a side one.
The class and comp study, the citywide study, will be completed by the end of the year.
Oh, by the end of the year, okay.
However, excuse me, having said that, if we're looking at the classification and compensation for one position, that is something that we could do internally and bring that to council sooner.
I think that makes sense because otherwise I just don't feel comfortable doing EPP is something that's based on performance where you do a performance review. We haven't done that here. So then the question becomes, how do we address an inequity that I think Anne Marie raises with respect to her position? And how do we make, when we do the hours for what Laura's position should be? And then how do we, make that based on the best practices for other comparable positions? I think that's a smart way to be doing this instead of every year being in the same situation where it's just a very awkward situation and one where we're doing it without facts. And
You're saying, so when are we going to talk about, when is this coming back to us? Aggie, when we could talk about the city clerk, for example?
Yeah, by July 8th?
Yes.
Yes.
I can have it completed by
Okay, good.
today.
I was
Okay.
generally asking.
All right, for the city clerk, are we going to wait till after the treasury person comes and does their,
No, they're in, you don't have to, they're unrelated.
They're unrelated.
okay. No, I know they're unrelated, but what do we, I don't get what we're gonna base it on then.
May I make a comment?
Sure, go ahead.
You know, I would hope you'd also consider, I realize you're going to be looking at the hours, but there were some actual performance issues related to the Treasury position where I'm doing more than the position calls for. And there are things like the high negotiating contract with the bank in an unusual situation that resulted in what has been for the year the highest investment option that the city's had all year long. And that single account has generated more than $1 million of interest for the city. I would hope you would consider
Well-
the actual results. That's beyond, the results are beyond what the typical role of a city treasurer would be. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about that, Laura. If we want to consider actual results, we should look at what happened with the callables. We got killed, probably $5 million. So, I mean, I don't want to get into that, but
I just think in general with elected officials, it's EPP doesn't work because it's really your performance is the ability to, you know, provide public service. And so what we need to do is look at it from the perspective of what's the job of the role that you're in, and then how does it compare to other, you know, examples that are comparable. And I think that we're on the right track with what we're doing with the hours as relates to Laura's responsibilities. And then as it relates to, you know, Aggie coming back with because I don't think it's going to be hard to just do the analysis that, you know, Anne Marie, you were sort of showing us on the screen and come back with what's the right salary for, you know, for a city clerk. And so and I think that's the right approach here, because I don't think again, you can't give EPP without a performance review, in my opinion. And I think we want to be a high performance organization. So it sends a really bad message to all of our staff for us to be blindly giving out, you know, because we want, you know, Dave, you and your team, the people under you, when you're doing EPP, we want you to be basing it off people who are performing and giving those people a lot of money. And then if you're not, that's what we want. And so why wouldn't we apply that same logic here? And because we're just not in the position in a public setting to do a performance review. So I think that's what I would do is I'd recommend that we have, you know, the director of HR come back with that we, you know, of course, as, you know, approve the COLA. And then have the director of HR come back with with, you know, some analysis on classification and comps for the city clerk. And then as part of the review that you know, we're doing with the outside assessment of the hours and the position with respect to Laura, that would be come back with the right, you know, what the fair approach is based off those responsibilities and based on the comparables in other jurisdictions. I think that's the fairest approach.
I agree with that.
So I guess I would move that.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 5-0. Okay. That's the budget. So I guess I already closed the public hearing on that. That's the budget. Anything else on that we're missing there? Okay. So now that's our last item. Any future council agenda items? I don't see any. Okay, good. So then I'm going to adjourn this city council meeting until our next regularly scheduled meeting in 2 weeks 2 weeks. Okay, thanks everyone.